khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin.
Dạ, động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and anyone can dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama.
Maybe tengok kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to week 2 to find out.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
He gets smacked at as well. There goes Evo's 12th place, bottom 3, 3rd game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Baros panic, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. and Malaysia no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFWS.
おいそれスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ、これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
あ
逃げるぞカグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング。なんでこんなとこにまで。
話でやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケイリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ピーク
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Buriram United will get that booyah because of great.
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Buriram United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจนาจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทพวกผมครับพวกผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วนะครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้เล่นง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih, sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin.
Dạ, động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible. While other regions are battling for every top 12 spot, no one seems to notice that Malaysia is closing in. Aurora and Anyone Can Dream move like silent assassins, waiting for the fight and striking at the perfect moment.
Target kita orang nak lepas ke Vietnam lagi supaya dapat rasa macam dulu. Kita orang dah training lama.
Maybe tengok kita orang layak untuk pergi final 8 lah macam tu lah. Top 8 lah.
The race for the top 12 is nearing its end. Who will be left behind? Tune in to week 2 to find out.
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a 4th one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
He gets smacked out as well. There goes Evo's 12th place, bottom 3, 3rd game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Barros panic, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFW.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ！これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
いけるぞ、カグラ！開発チームから聞かされてねえよ！
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロングサイクロンです。アームストロング！なんでこんなとこにまで。
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
We're heading into Week 2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring as the top 12 spots are starting to take shape. Thailand has settled into form. The experimentation phase is over. They are now in full control. Any sparks from the rising teams were quickly snuffed out. All 5 Thai representatives have secured places in the top 12. An unmistakable statement that this year's race belongs to Thailand. Thailand, the kings of Southeast Asia, enter this competition with the aura of a reigning champion. Reaching the top 12 is no longer an objective, but an expectation.
Borderam United will get that booyah because of great.
คืออะไรตอน12ว่าที่1แล้วกันผมราชาเก็บแต้มอยู่แล้ว
The race for the top spot may soon see no other region represented. With 4 Thai teams, Team Falcons, AG Global, Bermuda United Esports, and Twisted Minds taking control.
มีความในใจอยากจะบอกบุรีรัมย์ครับอยากยิงหัวโจนะจัดเลยรอบเนี้ย
However, it's not only the top contenders. Avita, a newcomer with the makings of a dark horse. They didn't come here just to survive, but to prove themselves among the elite.
เพราะว่าเพิ่งได้ขึ้นมาเนี่ยครับแต่ก็อย่าประมาทผมครับผมเอาจริงครับ
And when Thailand turn it on, anyone in their path can become the next to be wiped out of the top 12.
คิดว่าทีมที่จะตกรอบน่าจะเป็นทีมออร่าครับเพราะแบบเป็นน้องใหม่ยังไม่รู้ฝีมือ
ขอให้เป็น RQ แล้วนะครับขอให้เขาแบบว่าไปก่อนเลยจะได้เล่นง่ายๆ
Indonesia had a forgettable week, with giants like RRQ and EVOS looking unusually quiet.
Karena kurang adaptasi aja sih, sama ya kurang berpengalaman dari player-player lainnya.
Ya kurang introspeksi diri sendiri aja lagi.
Is it a slow start, or are they waiting for the right moment to break through?
Kalau top 1 nanti kebaca gameplaynya.
On the road to the top 12, Vietnam remains a difficult opponent, consistently applying pressure on the Indonesian representatives.
Buat tim Vietnam mau lolos apa nggak lolos ya mending lu nggak usah lolos, soalnya kan lu main di negara lu sendiri ya. Jadi saran gua mending lu nonton aja.
Vietnam, a region that exploded in the early stages.
Cái lớp này chắc là lớp mạnh nhất của Gao từ trước này.
Gao có khả năng tầm 60% để vô địch giải C năm nay.
Amid such intense competition, can they find the strength to bounce back?
Việc team em trùng khu khá nhiều nên cái lượng điểm thu thập được là không đủ để vào top 12.
Even so, for the Vietnamese representatives, missing out on the top 12 remains unthinkable.
Cái đó thì em không nghĩ tới, bởi vì line-up mùa này em khá là tự tin.
Dạ, động lực của em đến từ sự thất bại của mùa giải trước. Đó là một khoảng thời gian tồi tệ và rất dài đối với em, nên là mùa giải năm nay em phải cố gắng.
Vietnam's goal is not just to stay in the race, but to push as many opponents out of it as possible, while other regions are battling.
Truck running down those glue walls, and that removes RRQ from the equation. What a decision made here by the Vietnamese squad. BE secure. Still up on his feet. On fire drops him. One final player from the side of Twisted Minds. 3v1. Make that 3 we none. Falcons, your back-to-back Clash Squad and Battle Royale champions, the dominators of Thailand.
Represent, gotta do hella big, had to run it back again. Like represent, had to do hella big, had to run it back again. Like it. Let it drop. Let it drop. Let it drop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is a Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, Week 2, Day number 2 of the knockout stage. There may be no relegation yet for the team, but this is where teams need not to make mistakes because every match will lead them to be one step closer to the top as well as a team of the day. On the desk right now, I'm Neptune Jemba Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ, and we will be your casters for today.
It's good to be back, man. I think the production team thinks I'm husky because they green screened my background. we gotta remove that, guys. But it is a good day once again because we are back with some Free Fire action. Neptune, I left. I missed a couple of days. I came back, and we have too many points on the leaderboard, sir.
and the reason why they're chasing those points because of the prize pool that we have right now, and hopefully those change later on. But talking about the prize pool, the champions of this entire tournament will be getting $1,000 US, and we were talking a little bit about money, and that definitely is a game changer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 300k USD, like you said, and the champion walks away with 100,000 US dollars. Obviously, every single day we will select a team of the day, the team that does the best, and give them a extra bonus of 250. The grand finals MVP walks away with extra 4,000 US dollars in his pocket. But of course, the most beautiful thing about it is everybody, every single team, all 18 walks away with something. The tournament timeline, on the other hand, we've got two phases, Neptune. The first phase of the knockout stage will be the group stage. Of course, that's week 1 and week 2. Today, we start off week 2, and of course we've got weeks 3 and 4 where we'll find the teams qualifying to play Point Rush as well as Champion Rush, which is our grand finals.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how the team's going to end this week right now, because we're getting close to the end of phase 1, and there's a lot of teams that seems like it hasn't changed a bit in terms of numbers. They might have added a few special from yesterday, but it doesn't show that much, and probably it's because of the groupings, or probably because of the number of days and opportunity that they can get into grand finals, because they have been divided into 3 groups, and we've seen like a plethora of combination wherein teams can win and lose at the same time, and we still don't have a clear view of which group would be the deadliest towards the end.
The teams play a total of 24 matches over 2 weeks, and then after that we rank them, the number 1 to 18th. The top 12 will start off phase 2, that is in the 3rd week, and the top 2 teams will qualify. In fact, every day 2 teams will qualify into the Point Rush a little bit early, and then the final week, which is the 4th week, we will have the final 12 teams slug it out, where the top 6 teams will make it into this spot as well to play Point Rush as well as the grand finals. But of course, like you mentioned earlier on, the groupings have been pretty grueling in the recent times, Neptune. It seems like some of these teams just happen to be the kryptonite out there when big teams come looking for those booyahs.
Yeah, we want to see more of those booyahs as well, not only from big teams, but also coming from the underdogs and the dark horses. But again, we are still on phase 1. Now we're showing phase 2. And if you're a team, AJ, if you are part of phase 1 and about to end this week, would you want to step in on day number 1 of phase 2? Because I think that some of the teams doesn't want to do so. They want to find out what what their potential opponents would be in the grand finals would be showing in times like this.
Yeah, honestly, if you're bored, if you know how you can dominate everyone and you want to stay out of the crosshairs of the opponents, then you don't really look for a lot of points, right? And speaking of points, how do you earn them? You hit the booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points, 9 points for that second spot. You minus off 1 point for each consecutive position you hold on the leaderboard, except the very bottom, 11th and 12th place gets you no points, but every elimination gets you that 1 point.
On tiebreaker rules, it hasn't changed, as well as the one unique active skill wherein there's no spam of specific skills, and we've seen a few skills that is being used quite well. Even I want to see how they are going to play it right now, because we've seen a few of those active skills that was nerfs, specifically Ray as well as Nero, and we've seen how well they have been used in Battle Royale. But this time around, I guess even with the update, even when it changes, they're still in the testing phase right now, because there's no relegation for the teams just yet, and there's a little to no chance that they will be ousted in getting into Point Rush, because once you are in a Point Rush, that's more opportunity for you to grab more points towards grand finals.
Absolutely agree with you, and obviously you want to have those bonus points if you want to guarantee yourself to be the champion. Okay, I take that word guarantee back, because we still have Champion Rush in contention, right? So just because you have the extra bonus points doesn't really mean much if you come in the following day for the Champion Rush format and you don't pick up those early points. The teams that reach 80 points first will activate the Champion Rush condition, and if they secure a booyah in one of their following games, in fact the first one to secure a booyah will be crowned champion. Now, in the past we used to have a maximum of X number of games where we look at the overall points if we do not have a champion by then, but this time round, unlimited games, Neptune.
Yeah, limited games, limited chances for those who haven't achieve that champion rush condition as well to add up to the points. But we'll have to see on how well they're going to play it out. This week, or this day rather, we have two groups and we have Group A and C. We've seen a few from yesterday already, but let me introduce everyone. We have Heavy Bermuda United, GOW, Bigatron by Vitality, WAG, as well as Aurora Gaming for Group A. For Group C, we have Falcons, Evo Divine, Anyone Can Dream, Twisted Mind, Onyx Olympus, and Shadow Esports. And we were talking about from the past that a few teams are looking like that they are primed to be in the champion condition or in the point rush already. But a few teams are slowly building their momentum towards the end.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Bigatron by Vitality, WAG, these two teams are still struggling to find their way out there. But granted, they only have 12 games played so far, and they're already in the top 12. So I do expect them to collect some heavy points out there. Pun intended, I do expect to see Heavy playing a little bit as well, because Heavy is one of those teams who have been struggling a little bit too much, even worse than WAG as well as Bigatron. And this is the grouping that has got the Titans. You're talking about Onyx, you're talking about Twisted Minds, Falcons, all at the very top. EVOS, well, seems like they're struggling, but just like Buriram, they've shown us that when they want the points, they can get the points.
Yeah, I mean, it's only yesterday we've seen EVOS really rank up all throughout this phase 1. So let's see if this is a chance for them to do so. We're going to start off our matches in game number 1 in Nextera, followed by Purgatory, and a third game would be in Bermuda. Solar would be 4th game. 5th would be Kalahari. I'm really looking forward to those who would take advantage of these specific maps, because so far there's a few advantages that's being taken by a lot of teams, especially for those who like elevation, high ground, long range engagement. But hopefully they get a map that they want on that randomized game number 6 as well.
Yeah, man. At the moment, Nextera is looking like the Indonesian map, right? Bigatron by Vitality, Onyx, they already own a Booyah here apiece. Falcons, though, although got no Booyah on Nextera thus far, they do dominate with the highest numbers of points collected on Nextera. It could just be a battle between Thailand and Indonesia here. The Malaysians will be playing Anyone Can Dream alongside Aurora. We do expect some heavy turbulence in the air today, Neptune, with the Vietnamese teams looking to prove themselves. I mean, so I'm a little bit surprised. Off of week 1, Team Flash is the best squad that we've got out of Vietnam so far. And that's a little bit of a shocker, because Flash has not been the most consistent squad. We do know that they recently acquired a brand new coach, and it seems to be working out perfectly for them.
And that's one thing. I mean, you might have great strategy from the past because of the mechanical skills that each player has. But if your chemistry is not built by a coach, as you mentioned, similar to what we're seeing from Team Flash, then it like everyone will not jive. You will not have a one mind that is going into battlefield. So let's see if that's one thing that we're going to see, we're witness right now. But as we look into the top 3 in Nextera, yes, we have AG, Team Falcons, and Avida right now. But judging from the current teams or current group, it's Falcons followed by Bigatron, and then it's Twisted Mind. So I'm really looking forward to who's grabbing the Booyah this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I totally forgot to mention Twisted Minds, right? Who can forget about them? They're currently dominating the leaderboard. 2 Booyahs in hand. They do not have a Booyah on Nextera, but you are absolutely correct. If you look at the teams that are currently dominating Nextera with the most number of points, Twisted Minds is currently one of the 3 teams. But again, the conversation still brings us back to Thailand versus Indonesia on Nextera, right? It's either we repeat this story, or in week 2, these teams wake up and show us something totally different. I would not mind if EVOS comes out to play a little bit, because EVOS obviously is a very capable squad. I would love to see how they handle Nextera in the current meta, right? Where you have to go in and you have to rush. So far, we know that Russia is feeling very comfortable in the current meta. It's the meta that really supports the snipers. So long range, and you know, as much as they try to not show off, I can see what they're capable of doing. But those very close quarters combat-like situations, I haven't seen enough of EVOS getting into situations like that. And maybe that's what we can expect out of them in this next era.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, yesterday they did put out 22 points, similar to what we've seen in RRQ after RRQ grabbed that booyah. So they're slowly really building it up. And they did get a booyah from yesterday's game. So Evo Divine is definitely waking up. There's no more sleeping out of this Tigers, the White Tigers right now. And I think this is a time for them to move up. But unfortunate for them, because of the performance that they have in the first week, we don't have them in our predictions. For me, I have Twisted Mind, we have Team Falcons as well as Bigatron, and for AJ, Falcons would be in there, Onyx and WAG would be part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, right, I think WAG did not pick up as many points as they wanted to within week 1. So I'm expecting them to be on fire here for week 2. Although, you know, we have already discussed this a few times already. The current format of the competition allows teams to be a little bit more relaxed during the group stage and then go crazy a little bit later on. For now, WAG seems to be doing enough to survive. But I don't want to see survival. I want to see some shades of Onyx for them to be able to steal away the champion. I mean, we've got Champion Rush, Neptune. Yeah. If Onyx Olympus could be that one team to go in there and shock everybody, I don't see why a Vietnamese team cannot do that. And WAG is definitely a strong contender to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. I mean, the prestige is there. They're one of the best teams and most... one of the most fans out of Vietnam. So hopefully those fans would not be disappointed with their performance, because we've seen them rise up in group stages, knockout stage, but towards the end, that's where they falter. I don't know what's happening internally, but even with the interview, it seems like there's still a few things that need to work on despite of how long they have been playing. And it's not just them. Even some, and we've seen Team Flash right now move up, as you did point out earlier. They're slowly building it up. They're more concise in their movement, in their approach. But how will the WAG respond to that kind of challenge coming from Team Flash right now? Though Team Flash would not be playing right now, but we would love to see WAG move up together with Heavy as well as GOW in this game.
Yeah, in general, WAG definitely had a much better 2024 as opposed to 2025. All throughout, you know, see spring, see fall, even the global finals, in every single competition, if you pull up their statistics from 2025, they've been having it rough. So I've been expecting this wake-up run by WAG to be coming for a while now. I think I'm getting a little tired of waiting, WAG, so maybe today is that day as we head on into next Terra to kick the battles off.
Yeah, let's see who will be kicking some of the battles, some of the teams out as we look in the flight path. Coming in from Turbine, heading into Rustdown, a few of those contenders, especially those who want to hang in on Intellect Center, has a clear view, and Heavy is one of those who often drop in. But I think they also have a few, an opposing team going against them. It's ACD, anyone can dream. So let's see how Heavy is going to handle this. So far from the rest of the team, it's Boxing Gym that we will be seeing another hot drop. But let's focus now on Intellect Center and let's see how they drop.
Anyone can dream. 18 matches collected so far in terms of a run here in FFWSC Spring. And they're not too bad with their overall standing. Definitely looking solid to qualify for the knockout stage in style if they can keep this up. Jump with the mini Uzi will be able to take Joel down. Now Bigatron by Vitality in a little bit of a pickle here. There is a vending machine for them to pull recovery on. Riptide Rhythm breaks down Dix's defense, and with the backstab finds Jump. Can he find another one? Twisted Minds barricade themselves in and pull in the revive instantaneously, and now Dix in a little bit of trouble. Does he have glue walls? Answer is no, but here comes Aurora. Maybe they save him, maybe they will help him get out, but the answer is no. They eat him up alive, and they now look for Twisted Minds and their players. Aurora winning big off of this third party.
Great pressure being brought in by Aurora Gaming, especially in the final moment for the final player. They didn't really stop in giving out those shots, and that reduces chance of them going for the revive. Well, let's see though. On the other side, ACD right now going against Heavy, and Heavy, though they lost a few or one of the players, I think they're still prime, especially with the compound that they're taking. No opening coming from Heavy right now that can be taken by ACD, and it seems like they need to get up close. But Alan is prepared, VSS in hand. Alif slowly moving in, but this is the time for them to back away, because there is not an opportunity for them. They don't have any advantage in that situation.
Heavy versus Anyone Can Dream. Onyx dropping by to say hello as well. Anyone Can Dream, well, about to face a nightmare as they deal with two squads. One from Indonesia, one from Vietnam. They've got nothing to do but to run away from this compound now. Question is, can they get away? Adam, Macden in hand, trying to spot out Alif. Putra drops by to say hello as well. Alif does have the Trogon in hand, can respond, but focuses on the wrong player. Either way, he would have been toast. A 2v1 situation. And Traps instantly bringing him back into the fight. So Anyone Can Dream will continue to survive for the time being as Intellect Center sets up the stage for Heavy versus Onyx.
Oh, let's see though. Heavy from behind of Traps. It's a good thing that Onyx Olympus Zyro pulls away, but unfortunate for Traps. There's no backup that's coming from their side. But here comes the engagement that's about to happen between two of the teams, Heavy and Onyx Olympus. But not being stuck in the corner. Heavy will be fighting back, but Mufasa will be taken down. Time Turner saves Zyro a little bit as well as with that electrotherapy. Don't cry for that flick, and even Adam will need to go and use that skill to bring down Alan. But the pickup will not be done on Heavy side. It's Onyx who will have the advantage on the 2v1. But a revive, and Don't Cry for 2.
Don't Cry is that brilliant man. Passed his way in towards the vending machine, pulled up the glue wall, stood up, still alive, and tried to run over the players of Onyx, but Don't Cry finally taken down. But my, oh my, did he trouble the Onyx players.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's a lot of trouble that is being brought onto Onyx from that specific moment. But as we switch onto the other side, we were just talking about WAG earlier, and now hopefully they are prepared to battle against Twisted Mind. We're not seeing the aggression coming from Twisted Mind right now, but it's more of the position WAG has taken, higher elevation, and as well as the weapon that they have. But Tikui needs to be careful. Despite of having the AC-80, is best on the up close and personal, and that's one reason why Twisted Mind is pulling away, so that they can have an open against WAG.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, Shadow Esports doing a number here on the GOW players. Rassia, the final player, a sliver of health, and his run is over. Aurora putting the final bullet in the coffin of the EVOS players. And the Malaysian squad running with 10 eliminations already. WAG now spotting them out. WAG within the lightning zone created by Twisted Minds, aiming to take perhaps the Vietnamese squad off of their throne here.
Let's see WAG. Good position to take, great elevation, but the fall would be damaging. Tikui right now putting so much pressure on Twisted Mind, but Twisted Mind is not moving an inch. They don't have to give an opening to WAG just yet because the zone is closing in from first to second. They need to wait a few more seconds before they decide on what to do. But how can they do it if nades coming from WAG is coming through the window?
Yeah, this is trouble, man. Twisted Minds distracting WAG. Heavy considering dropping by the compound to see exactly what all of this noise is about. Mufasa hasn't been spotted out just yet. Buriram could just take shots from afar as well. Those snipers in the hands of the Buriram players. This is turning to be a situation which could get out of control in the blink of an eye. Aurora dropping by. Onyx dropping. Hey! What is going on here, Neptune?
Well, this is trouble zone. We've seen Xterra where everyone gets a lot of elimination. This is where it starts. We have two teams that has been eliminated, and we're only in the second phase of the circle. But as you can see, with the teams that is gathering up in this specific compound, I think we're going to see a few more being taken out. It's a good thing that Twisted Mind is really not giving out their position because they don't have to. They're still within the face of the circle, but the split coming from WAG, I don't think that would work for them, especially with Heavy's part of the picture. And in the horizon, we are seeing Onyx Olympus and Aurora. So they just need to wait it out, reserve their resources, and then find a better opportunity.
Yeah, great play here by WAG, just backing away ever so slowly, making sure they do not get put into a tough little spot here. Anyone Can Dream finding Heavy this time round. With Noki finding the first shutdown. C2 could not fly on away. Aleph sorts that out instantly, and Heavy again under heavy pressure. One of the teams struggling to find their way into the top 18 spots here. Sorry, top 12 spots here. It's not like they're going to get eliminated, but, you know, having a few extra games would not hurt Heavy.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, Heavy, especially Mufasa, only have one chance. that vending machine that was occupied earlier by Onyx Olympus. And with Onyx Olympus not already there, I think he can double back or flank long so that he will get that revive. But it is tough because he doesn't have the coin to do so. For Falcons, though, they have vending machine that there's really no need for that. They're taking advantage of the situation where in other teams might be reviving their teammates. Hear that vehicle move away, and those are the shots that is possibly a takedown on either Aurora or GOW.
Axel has the Riptide Rhythm, but problem is nobody's out in the open. Everybody's got a defensive compound to work around with.
Oh,
those
no.
Riptide Rhythms will not come in handy. And now the backstab by GOW. Riptide Rhythm hitting him instead. And Axel got toasted out there in the open. As the rest of his players quickly run to look for a defensive spot, Aurora in a little bit of a pickle thanks to GOW.
Aurora Gaming, I mean, they built us so much of aura earlier, especially starting off, last time we saw them, they had 10 elimination. Now that they have 11, but only 2 players, they're slowly losing all those aura, all those energy. But let's see if they can survive on the onslaught, if in case they move out of the compound. Again, waiting it out is one of the key in this situation, but how can you do it if teams like GOW is slowly closing in? And that's one of the things that they didn't anticipate. The backstab coming from GOW. A couple of players could have taken one already from a different team, probably GOW, or from ACD, but it doesn't happen, and the pressure of Vietnam is still here.
And still 10 more squads left in this lobby. Even though we had a lot of bodies hit the floor, those revives came through fairly quick, except Aurora. Too far from the vending machine and too close to too many players from the other squads. They are stuck in a little bit of a pickle here. Those 11 eliminations that they've got, it's keeping them on fire. Can't help them out at this point of time. It's a tough spot, Neptune. Nobody can rotate out. The only thing Aurora can hope for is some massive distraction to pull away the attention of both GOW, WAG, as well as Heavy that's just beside them.
Yeah, one thing that might save them is if the shift happened wherein everyone would be moving towards a different location, then that would be their opportunity. Because from what I'm seeing in Twin Bridge, Falcon is guarding their vending machine, that vending machine that they could have taken. But here comes Budam United into the fray, into the middle of that previous circle, and it just brings so much pressure. We still have 10 teams, and Heavy, bro, look at Heavy. They're outside. They are not worrying about this. They're just laying in and prioritizing and healing up, and I think the team booster is helping me out.
And also the team's read on the circle is just brilliant, don't you think? So many squads knew exactly where that final zone or one of the final zones will be moving on into, and they've already looked for their defensive spot. Buriram, one of the final teams to make it on in here, but just in time. Not too early, not too late. They found themselves a decent defensive spot, and this is a four-way standoff. Well, Aurora's not much of a team that can hold their own in the standoff since they're down by 2 men. But the rest of the teams could perhaps make it a little bit more difficult for Aurora here if WAG takes the jump pad, puts themselves right behind Aurora. It's the toss of a coin right now. Those binoculars should come in handy for these teams who are looking to reposition, but WAG not very keen on moving just yet because they are safe in the next circle. As Heavy approaches from the back, Nan7 beautifully shot, don't cry, on the ground. Mufasa left out in the open. Seat1 quickly U-turns around. The rest of the Heavy players saying, okay, maybe not there.
Imagine staying outside the blue, using a vehicle just to get through, and then you got gunned down by WAG. And it's just unfortunate for them. It's a good thing that Heavy still have 3 of the players and probably a little bit more of coins on them because they were not part of any engagement. They're not losing so much of that fight as well. But it's more of the position that they need to consider. If Mufasa moves away, he can be targeted by WAG, and the closest would be, or I think the revive has been done already, but Heavy will need to find a good spot in next phase of circle, and I don't think in between Onyx and Shadow Esports is a good spot.
GOW still staying relevant in the elimination feed, getting a knock but no elimination, so very actively looking for heads through those windows there. GOW blessed by a decent defensive spot through the early rotation, but now Shadow Esports under pressure. Onyx looking for the defensive spot. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses at the window. But Shadow Esports refusing to let that be the wall that allows all of the Onyx players to flood on through. They keep bringing up those glue walls here, and it is a success. It forces Onyx to rethink their entry point.
Yeah, pressure is pushing down on them right now. It's a good thing that Shadow Esports is not being highlighted right now, and they will able to go in for the flank. Sairu first down to go down, and it's Crime that follows. Butler right now trying to survive, but unfortunately, there's a lot of players from Shadow Esports. Adam's the only one who was able to make it through, but for how long? The moment he gets into the rooftop, a snipe might be on him, but he goes in for a launch pad. But where to go?
Oh man!
And WAG and Heavy is fighting it out.
Yeah, DG Adam. Oh, through all that chaos, still gets caught by Hans. And it's GOW that puts the final nail in the coffin here for Onyx from across the battlefield. GOW clearly watching the battle between WAG and Heavy. And that encounter finally ended with Heavy still having one final survivor in the mix here, going for that revival so late in the game. Well, I mean, technically not too late, but based on how the circle is, this is just a shooting the duck out of the air kind of a game for these players.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I don't see a dog that will be laughing if in case they shoot the duck. But right now, it's more of the teams who's surviving that will be laughing right now. WAG, Wang M almost making that window.
Quack, quack, quack.
Another one. Shiryu survive because of the glue wall, but for how long? It's tough to say because there's a lot of enemies surrounding him right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, WAG just almost becoming those Twisted Minds. Not up in the air, but no cover around them. Containers all around. Shadow Esports finally bows out of the lobby. 8 more squads left. And Twisted Minds could just be the ones that bite the dust here. GOW as well as Aurora putting a lot of pressure on them. C1 in the right place at the right time as well. Now GOW moving on in to finish off the WAG player. They don't have a choice. They have to take this defensive position. Twisted Minds on the other hand in the container. But they'll have to make their rotation round anyway. And Buriram helps them by taking out C1.
C1 has been taken down. Heavy has been eliminated as well. And let's see who or if Buriram and ACD will be duking it out. There's a good God nade coming from Buriram. Jonah with 3, and Team Falcons are out because of Buriram United. We're down to 5 teams already, and GOW seems like the next target to go down.
Oh yeah, Twisted Minds on fire once again. Diamond with the God nade just taking in that elimination for the squad. The rest of the Twisted Minds players just making sure the numbers stay strong on their side. The next one to prey on though would be a Aurora grenade from the back. Twisted Minds needs to figure out exactly how to get to Demon, who valiant dashes into 3 players, knocking back the Twisted Minds squad. But 3v1 was obviously too much for him to hold on to. And it's now setting up the fight between Aurora and Twisted Minds here, Neptune.
Yeah, the thing though, Aurora has been hanging in this compound for a few minutes now. Make that almost 10 minutes, and they still managed to survive, get a few more elimination. But I thought that was Aurora who has been taken down, but it is a Twisted Mind. So I guess Aurora is a little bit safe, but they need to move, and into the hands of ACD is where they might end up.
Yeah, peeking through the window was obviously the bad option here. And Aurora about to learn that as well as they went in there to find the final player on the side of Twisted Minds. Jump taken out of the equation, and Aurora is doing so well. 2 Malaysian squads in the final circle. We were asking when was Vietnam going to wake up. It is Malaysia answering the call instead. Oh, no. But Buriram taking on the 2 Malaysian squads. Can Malaysia do this?
Hell, let's see now. It's a 4v4 situation. Anyone can dream, would want to dream and wake up with a fresh start, especially if they beat down Buriram United. Nice. But Buriram will not be that easy contender to go down with, especially with stand on charge buster. Nades onto ACD. Noki and Liv going in for the isolation. Wasana can go down, but unfortunately that glue wall as well as electric therapy saves him. Traps will be trapped outside, and Jonah dealt with him, and it was a reversal off that isolation that is being done by Buriram United.
Alif now with the backstab, but it is a little bit too late. The barricade of glue walls keeping away all of those players from ACD from helping out each other, and Alif now stuck between a rock and a hard place, finally gets taken down. Noki and Fires, they don't have an option here. The lineup of Buriram just way too good up close and personal. Turner and that electrotherapy connection just enabling Wasana and Buriram make that look like a walk in the park as they pick up Booyah number 1.
Yeah, no struggle, no sweat indeed coming from Buriram United in that fight. They dealt with Aurora, they dealt with ACD, and ACD just went down in nightmares. But I'm loving the situation in the final moment wherein ACD was planning an isolation on Wasana. It's just unfortunate that Wasana managed to pull away from that blockade. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know, experience or probably just a communication coming from Buriram United that threw off the tactics of ACD, the reversal on that isolation that Buriram United did. And Moshi was just an oversight. He was just waiting for an opportunity to take shots to disrupt the tactics of the opponents.
Moshi playing that Cryo Mine, played it absolutely perfect. I mean, Nero is that disruptor. Moshi is that disruptor. This is his season, and he played that perfectly well, right? Always staying on the roof as the sniper of the squad, enabling the 3 rushes. Now, Buriram is that kind of squad. They can go in here with a double snipe setup, or they can just split into 1 to 3 with Moshi watching their backs, the rest of the players just down on the ground, getting the job done all on their own, right? And once again, the electrotherapy from Turner just allowing Wasana to be a beast as usual. And it was more importantly the way they were dancing around those glue walls that kept the players of ACD not just away from them, but away from each other. The pickups were almost impossible on the Malaysian side up against Buriram, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a tough part if you're going against Buriram United.
Yep.
Even if you manage to bring down Wasana, you still have to deal with Jonah and Turna. And no one has dealt with Moshi, especially on that rooftop. Faiz tried to do it, but still failed. Glue wall after glue wall, Moshi defended himself, and it's just difficult to take a shot against that sniper from Buriram United. But I'm really loving that even without Get High, Buriram United is still this aggressive. We are seeing a different page from the book coming from Buriram United, which I'm loving so far, and I want to see more of that.
Yeah, the fresh blood of Buriram Turner just being given more game time out here up against the Southeast Asian players. Obviously, he was good enough to replace the Cruz, and he's only been on the squad for less than a month. So Neptune, he definitely needs a lot more time out there with the squad to get them into rhythm. I know the chemistry on the side of Buriram has been as solid as it has ever been, right? I mean, the players have been playing together for so long now, and I think the most recent squad has definitely been together for close to 3 years, right? Every single player on that squad has not changed on the side of Buriram. Bringing in a new player should technically rock their rhythm, but it's not doing that at all. But at the same time, though, I do realize we're not getting those explosive numbers out of Buriram. Is this because they're taking it easy, or is it because the chemistry is not working out as well? But either way, they're preparing very early, Neptune.
Yeah, and that's one thing now. I mean, we've seen how they work in the first week. And this time in the second week, with Turner introduced, I think it's just to throw off any assumption that their usual roster would be that deadly. And with Turner into the mix, and we know that Turner was part of AG Global as well before getting into Team YU and then jumping into Buriram United.
Yes.
So it's more of what they learned out of those teams that they were part of that's being embedded into this new strategy of Buriram United, which I'm loving right now. Like Get High is a player that you cannot replace that easily because he's not just a support, he's also a rusher. He even beat some of the Buriram United in terms of elimination. But if you can build Terna to that extent, then that Buriram United would be even deadlier.
Yeah, I mean, Woo! And Mr. Jonah, the MVP of the match with 10 eliminations total in his hands. And, you know, obviously we have been keeping an eye on the most number of eliminations. Jonah just equalized up against Cypher because Cypher on day 1, I believe he got the 10 eliminations and nobody has mirrored such a performance, well, up until now. Jonah managing to pull this off. Obviously, that was a phenomenal run by Buriram in the overall grand scheme of things, but I think Jonah is the most impressive there because all throughout that chaos, this guy is just picking up those numbers like it's nothing, rocking the A124, and he's the initiator of a lot of these battles. It's either him or Moshi, but usually it's done in unison with the cryo mine out of that narrow, as well as the thrill of battle. That is the signal for the squad of Buriram to go all in. And if you look at what they have to go all in, it's the electrotherapy that enables the Oscar, the Valiant Dash. They have so many disruptive skills, as well as a skill to keep one of the most destructive forces called Wasana alive on the battlefield. It's really tough to figure out how to take them down, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's just so much of chemistry that's being built despite of having Terna into the mix right now. Look at the damage that everyone, especially from Jonah and Moshi. And you can see the slowdown as well coming from Wasana and Terna. That's just a signal we're in. They're still getting that booyah, but they're not that prime team yet. I'm adding yet because if this is what they can bring in as Terna as a new player, there'll be more probably after this tournament or within this tournament, if not the following tournament afterwards. But 26 points, 14 elimination, not so much, not a high note coming from Buriram United, but we will still take it.
Not the highest, but still high points without Mr. Get High. So with all of those highs in that sentence, I gotta tell you, this is a squad that's capable of flying high when they want to. But the surprising thing for me personally is seeing Aurora Gaming and anyone can dream. Bloody hell, it's very clear anyone can dream, including the Malaysians now, because they have stepped it up. They are the true underdogs of the competition, if you ask me, Neptune, because statistically, Vietnam used to be one of the weakest regions, now one of the strong ones, with Flash leading the fray. A little bit of a confusion in terms of what WAG, Heavy, P Esports are doing right now in terms of the run, but the Malaysians are slowly but surely climbing the ladder. Look at anyone can dream in the 6th spot right now. Aurora slowly sneaking away from the bottom side of this leaderboard into the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can dream has increased their average already to pass that Buriram United as well as Onyx Olympus has brought out. And there's one thing though, we can see that there's a great improvement. I couldn't say improvement, but a great improvement of numbers from Buriram United because of how bad they were in week 1. But anyone can dream has maintained, though not that flashy, but they have maintained their consistency, and that's what we want to see. Consistently growing, consistently bringing that numbers up, and then we might see them head off to next week, starting that phase 2 of the knockout stage, which I'm loving this storyline from ACD.
Bloody hell, I'm not looking to see them in Point Rush or Grand Finals. Dude, I'm looking forward to seeing the Malaysians at the Esports World Cup, bro. I mean, the top 9 teams, if EVOS Divine is part of the top 8, will make it to the Esports World Cup. And it'll be cool to see a Malaysian squad there. It'll be cool to see 2 Malaysian squads there. Are they going to become bottom feeders at the Esports World Cup? I don't know. If they can continue the run like what anyone can dream is doing right now with the numbers, I think they've got a decent chance at being one of the disruptors at the Esports World Cup. But let's, of course, take a look at some of the numbers here as well. Speaking of disrupting, because as we head on into the Purgatory map, RRQ, yes, they dominate, but they're not playing today. Falcons and Buriram. We definitely have to keep our eyes on Falcons because they got taken out a little bit prematurely in this first game. And I'm expecting them to hit back, especially on this map where they've got 2 booyahs so far.
Well, let's see now. I mean, Team Falcons, what they've been doing, especially in that next era, is taking advantage of the vending machine that's near them, and that's getting elimination out of those. But it's just unfortunate that they have to deal with the nades coming from Jonah, and that's why their final player was eliminated. And it's not only them. Bermuda United is one of the top contenders in terms of getting those knockdowns because of nade, but we also see so much pressure coming from GOW in that specific map of Nextera earlier.
Yeah.
Will that happen? Because they're also part of the top 4. If we disclude Bermuda United, Falcons, Twisted Mind, GOW would be next in line in this Purgatory map.
Yeah, and Falcons obviously is a squad that you got to keep your eyes on. You don't really want to sleep on this team, mainly because they can eat you up, man. They'll gobble you up in the blink of an eye. One of the most consistent squads in terms of placement points. I think they're leading the current leaderboard with the most number of placement points, with the most number of booyahs as well. Not the most strongest team when it comes to the eliminations, which I've been a little surprised about. Not because they're not shooting, because I think they're focusing on just getting into these final circles very consistently, just guaranteeing themselves as much as possible these booyahs, because they're trying to sharpen up that win condition, not just here for C, but for EWC as well.
Well, let's see though. This is a lot of preparation coming before we get into EWC. But we are now heading into our next map. The flight is ready, and neither heaven nor hell can save anyone who will be sleeping in this specific map. This is Purgatory, and you know how it is. Even if you're not in hell, fire will be felt.
Fire will be felt indeed as we head on into Purgatory. We got the lava flowing this time around, man. As everybody is trying to go for the throne of Southeast Asia. Falcons versus Heavy. And this is going to be a heavy fight indeed for the Vietnamese squad that's already struggling. Their best bet is Falcons drops all the way and Brigade, but the answer is not going to be so. Falcons actually choosing to drop a little bit closer here to the squad of Heavy. And I think Central's going to be lit up in a little bit. GOW up against Aurora on the other hand puts the Malaysian squad up against another Vietnamese team.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Aurora Gaming did well earlier, but we'll have to see if they'll be able to bring all those fire with limited resources, especially in the compound. They have to share it with GOW right now. But we're seeing that GOW is not moving that much to grab all of those loots, apart from one of the players who already doubled back already. A backstab might happen, but another player from Aurora is closing in. But as we hit into Falcons, the battle between them might ensue right now, and they might be able to end this from what we've witnessed, as you mentioned, on the drop.
You got to focus on those team boosters very early game, and the initial coins that these squads pick up, you can see exactly what the focus is on. Great blue wall by Axel, but Azriel will not be able to pull off such a flashy play. Axel with the instant revive, tries to survive, but too low on the HP, and the Bison off of Hans will get that elimination, but a timely revival by the sniper of the Aurora squad here to keep the Malaysian team active.
Let's say that. I mean, will they be roaring later on, or will they be slowing down? Heavy right now is being slowed down, especially on contention against Team Falcons. Let's see if this is just a one-man mission being done by Limit X7, because I've seen a few of the players already trying to gang up on the heavy players in Central, and Limit X7 is the one who is backing away. But he does have a little bit of saving grace later on, if in case he spots anyone who wants to take that vending machine on towards this area. But shots onto the vehicle of C1, missing those shots. Pina, I don't think that is a way to show off this time, and a little back and forth coming from Mufasa saves him, but not for long.
Well, Evos is having a good time out there up against GOW. Coach Hill would say otherwise.
You spoke too soon?
Yeah, man, he just got hit down by an FGL of all things. Man didn't have enough to survive that encounter. Aim God just finding a little bit of revenge here. I want to check out that fight. And Aurora getting involved as well in this fight up against Evos. But yep, we'll miss all of that. Yep, okay. All right. So we move on with the Falcon running in through.
Yeah, I mean, Evo's Divine, oh, there you have it. Evo's Divine right now, I think they've dealt with GOW. In the moment, though, we get a picture of how Evos is doing. Russia has been taken down. So West right now, M590, and I guess it is the reason why they don't want to show it. They don't want to jinx Evo's Divine. 2 of the players has gone down already, but fully revived. Only Aim God remains and might be taken down, especially with the number of Aurora Gaming players in this area.
Yeah, I mean, vending machine here, so revival's not impossible. Suez, man, Dinoculus would have come in very handy in that situation. What? Aim God! Did he just do that? The vehicle on inside, and Aim God still pulls off a masterful escape. M590 in hand, he's waiting for the backup, and Aim God's actually gonna get the heck out of here. Pull out your sniper, boys. Well, it looks like the car is on fire. Nobody to snipe Aim God. But he's gonna pull off a masterful distraction. And a smart ledge play here by the EVOS player, dragging Aurora out of their position, and Axel finding Russia, who might have been coming through to save Aim God from this situation. But EVOS will lose their players finally. But I'll have to say, what a smart play by Aim God. He wasted so much of time for the Malaysian players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with 2 on that ridge or on that cliff. And I don't think they can get back to eliminate any of Evo's Divine. That gives more opportunity for Evo's Divine to go to revive as well as a regroup. But I think they're spread out a little too thin. So they will need either to use those zip lines or vehicles or whatnot. But they need to do it quick, because in a bit we're going to see the second phase of the circle, and that would force the teams to head into where Evos is. But speaking of force, WAG might be forcing their way onto Heavy right now, because they used a binocular, didn't spot anyone, but Heavy was just next door.
Well, driving past Heavy is just the first part of this challenge. Staying away from anyone can dream. And avoiding a third-partying Heavy would be the next challenge for WAG. I think anyone can dream will not be rotating, because they've got the vending machine on their side, unless they're forced out of their position. Buriram on the slow approach towards WAG as well. So whatever WAG is looking to loot up here, they need to complete it as quickly as possible. They have no idea what sort of a challenge is looming from the back. Nan might have spotted them out with the woodpecker. Look out of the window, boy. You're about to see a squad of Buriram running past you, but the rotation off of the Buriram players very smartly being pulled off here. Just using the ledge, the drop-off of the cliff there, just to stay hidden. No binoculars being used. They're actually going to be sneaking under the noses of WAG on this rotation.
I mean, a smart move coming from them. The moment that they hear any gunshots, they can use that ridge, that ledge, to just peek against the opponent. And what they're doing right now is waiting for next phase of the circle. They do have zipline if in case they want to exit or make an exit out of this, but it's more of the opportunity to take down an opponent that they will be grabbing. Now, it's a waiting game right now. No one is making any shots. They're waiting to where the next phase would be, and that's where we might see a few of those engagement happening, because even Buriram United doesn't know where to go just yet. And there you have it, just onto the edge. So that's the plan right now, to get into the edge and find a compound that is near this area.
And the binoculars, the price got reduced in the OB53 update. But we don't seem to be a lot of the binoculars used out there. At least in this part of the competition, which I wonder why. Because it'll definitely help out some of these squads when it comes to their rotations. And they are trying their best to not be spotted. Bigatron by Vitality, one of those squads. He's trying to keep silent here. Sibank with the rotation off of the stealth vibes. Morris helping him, spotting out Shinzi with the VSK. Sibank. Deadly shot, Rin. Unable to save his buddy just yet. Spotted out his head. The rest of the Bigatron players going in here for the finisher.
Oh no.
Shadow Esports might just be in trouble, but they need to wrap this up quickly before GOW shows up.
Smart move coming from Rin, being silent, and one of the players from Shadow Esports just
Ooh.
lured them out of the way, and that puts Bigatron into the open against GOW.
Nice.
Joel will not be surviving, and here comes the shot onto Dix. I don't think Dix will
man.
have any cover left in that moment, but Rin was spotted being taken out by a Card 98. But I think Shadow Esports is still alive. There's no taking them out. And C-Bank managed to bring back one of their teammates. That is Joel. So they just need to regroup, wait for the opportunity. But it's a good thing that they know exactly where GOW is.
Yeah, that play right there confirms that Skylar is back, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful play and well paced out Riptide Rhythm coming through from the Vietnamese squad. Is making sure the rest of the players focus fire to take down those glue walls instantly as well. In a coordinated attack like that, that Skylar can do big damage. So no surprises at all. Still seeing him in the mix for these active skills that's being used out here on the battlefield. It's not all about the disruptive capability of that Narrow sometimes that these snipers go for.
Well, here's one thing that I'm questioning right now. Earlier, Buriram United is near Brasilia. They crossed the bridge, went outside, head to golf course, went to quarry, and now still outside of blue. So I think they want to wait it out, especially with the number of teams that we have in the next phase of the circle. The saving grace that they would have is if they stay on the edge near the waters, just between golf course and central.
Yeah.
And if they have no contention, probably Aurora Gaming, but they can deal with that in long range, they might be saved in most instances, and they can take advantage of the distance to take down any of the opponents on the bigger island.
Yeah, thanks for the team boosters. The out of zone damage is more of like a friendly reminder than anything else. It's a friendly tap on the back, like, hey, maybe you want to join the fight now. You know, Buriram taking good advantage of that to focus on their looting progress. But of course, it comes with its own fair share of risk as well. But I have to tell you, Neptune, you hit the nail right on the head by assessing the number of players that are alive in this lobby. We have a full lobby at the 10th minute mark. 48 players alive and kicking. Every single player that made it into the game still alive. Buriram wanting no part of that heat.
Let's see now. I mean, Bigatron, though, is in a good position. Higher ground. They've taken one of the players of Shadow Esports. Rin has been spotted. And we thought that they will be keeping within the next phase of the circle. And we still have one more player in there. But there's little no chance of a survivability or a revive that happen unless they head outside to campsite, which is tough because Bigatron has their eyes on them. But speaking of eyes, Evo's device, eyes on the prize. And GOW being targeted and brought down.
Holy mama, on the drop, instant snipes, and EVOS knows how to play OB53 to perfection, baby. Everybody rocking the Car 98. Even whipping out the AC80 in that situation. They spotted a free meal and they went in. Boys were hungry.
Hungry indeed. I don't think they're full, despite of getting a few of those knocks and elimination. They want more. But another team that's hungry is WAG. They went in a few engagement earlier and 0 to show for it. The next target would be Aurora Gaming, but I don't think Aurora would be moving up that quickly. They will be timing it where in the third going to the fourth would be going down or would be shrinking. But Tikui has clear view of them, so I don't know how much glue wall can save Aurora right now.
Yeah, it's an unnecessary battle for Tikui at this point of time because even if he gets a knock on the Aurora players, he's not going to be able to do much with that. Now he calls for the battle and Aurora responds with the cryo mine and that instantly disrupts the WAG players. But now Aurora are going to go rushing in without the cryo mine disruptive advantage. This is just not looking good for the Malaysian squad, but they're going to force this Azure over the M590 looking for those stacks. Instead, what he finds is a couple of grenades and the zone pushing him in.
Aurora Gaming right now taking advantage of the pullback that's being done by WAG. Tikui managed to take down one of the players, Azrael, and Wang M as well as Nan follows through. Aurora Gaming has been baited to take this compound, and WAG is eating them up. The Axel, the only one remaining, but he is not, or WAG is not the only team that they need to worry about because here comes Buriram United that would be knocking on their doors.
My goodness me, I am not a big fan of that play that they just pulled off there. Now WHE up against Buriram. Can they go in for a back-to-back here? Buriram knows that they might just be a tad bit weak in this engagement. Wasana, valiant dash, but Shiryu knocks it down to the ground. WHE with the advantage now. Tikui and Shiryu understanding that goes right on in, but Wasana back up on his feet. The pickup instantaneous, and Buriram turning this on its head as WHE gets smashed to the wall. What a save that was!
Definitely a great save, a great turnaround being done by Buriram United. We saw two players down already, but the pickup is instantaneous, as well as the glue walls and the recovery that's being done by BRU. Let's see on the other side, ACD, Noki for a takedown, and jump has been taken out as well. A revive can be done, but only on one, and let's see if they can finish Twisted Mind off. A lift needs to be picked up, but the blue is eating them up, so I don't think ACD can be having a full squad right now because they need to move.
I mean, thank goodness he had the super med in that situation. The Malaysian squad should be able to make it into the circle here. Rasia knocked down by the lightning zone. Potentially called in here by the Falcon players to protect themselves. Falcons up against Buriram. Buriram moving through the Falcon players on round 5. Kororo down. All thanks to Moshi. That AWM absolutely spicy. Turnout finding one with the Trogon as well. Falcons down for the count. Onyx knocking on the back door. They get knocked out in the lobby as well. One player after the other. But Falcons quitting on 9th as they found the whole squad of Buriram run towards them.
Oh, BTR, go chill! With a knock, with M79, but unfortunately also knock himself. Will Aim God be able to save him? Otherwise, it will be it for Evosify. The nade onto them. Aim God trying to break through, but a barrage of a glue wall to make sure that the pickup can be done. And Aim God will be left alone. BTR out in the open, but Aim God, can you pull off the clutch? Unfortunately, BTR brings him down.
Oh, I mean, it was the game of numbers, and obviously Aim God just did not have the backup like the boys of Bigatron had in that situation. Now Buriram now in a little bit of a pickle once again. Outside of the next zone, Heavy could play a little bit of a disruption from the left-hand side down the hill. Onyx right in front of them, trying to gatekeep Buriram from entering this zone. Moshi trying his best to keep both the Heavy as well as the Onyx players behind.
BTR, great position to get opportunity to move into next phase of the circle, but they're taking shots onto Heavy first. Joel and Koja, a combination of this as they slowly inch into next phase, and now Heavy has been eliminated. We're down to 5 teams. Buriram United will be knocking into the tent of Onyx Olympus, but on the other side, we see BTR goes for the flank. A few stragglers will be seen by Buriram United right now, and Ren will be taken down, not by BRU, but by BTR, who's slowly building numbers.
Yeah, phenomenal rotation here by Buriram. Now they are hunting, knocking on the doors of Bigatron by Vitality. Here comes all of those ice rays. Riptide Rhythm by Joel, and Moshi gets knocked down to the ground. Turner goes in for the save, and he gets punished as well. Beautiful turnaround here by Bigatron by Vitality, putting the boys on the side of Buriram on notice. Wasana's not going to get picked up just yet. Jonah with a sliver of health, but Bigatron has brought the damage in. Onyx finally trying to take advantage, but Bigatron by Vitality have this in the bag.
Jonah still surviving, pushing them in against each other. Jonah will be taken down by Putra, and the Drogon is back, but the damage has been dealt. BTR is only left with 2, needs to deal with the 2 players of Onyx Olympus, but that isolation might work for them. Joe will take the distance, especially with the snipes that he has. The same goes with Zibang up close and personal. Would that work against M590 of Putra? And Crime is slowly inching in, but BTR is backing away, going with the shift into their favor, and Zibang is trying to block off any approach that's being done by Onyx Olympus.
Yeah, Onyx wanting to show that they were definitely champions for a good reason. That was no luck, it was all out hustle. Can we see that out of Onyx Olympus once again? It's a sliver of health left on Putra and 590, but Zibang finishes it off with the mini Uzi. Joel backing away. Smart tactical play off of the Bigatron players. And Putra now in a 1v2. Icronate tags him up. Great glue wall on the defense for the left. Zibang with a sliver of health has the VSK. And Putra with a big brain medkit play. Understanding that he needs every bit of his life. Zibang gonna get caught out with the F590. Putra! Riptide Rhythm breaks down his defenses, and Putra could not get away. And Bigatron by Vitality secure the booyah after a neck-and-neck fight up against their brothers Onyx Olympus.
Bro, I mean, we were talking about the snipers. We were talking about the Skyler, and that Riptide Rhythm saves the game for BTR. But before that, I'm loving how BTR is positioning themselves in those situations. Even against Buriram United, they were not phased. They spread out with 2-on-2 on approach, and then have to deal with the ones in the front line. First, it was Wasana, and even with that glue wall, the pickup has not been done. I think the pickup, the Thiva has been used already. Thus, delay on the side of Buriram United that was taken advantage by BTR.
And I think Joel obviously played his position very well, understanding the mechanics of the game as the sniper of the Bigatron squad, just keeping a little bit of distance between himself and the final player of Onyx. And that's exactly what gifted them the booyah towards the very end. Played the Riptide Rhythm perfectly, had the right weapon in hand, the VSK. This late in the game, if Bigatron had been forced to play the revive, not have the VSK in the hands of Joel, I think obviously the situation would have been so different. But Bigatron had a great run throughout the match in terms of the looting progress, collecting those eliminations, and obviously getting into the circle, staying quiet, holding a great position on that high ground, and performing amazingly well up against a rushing Buriram earlier.
Exactly. And before that moment, I think we pointed out as well that instead of just heading into the next phase of the circle, they were slowly targeting heavy that's doing the same thing. It's one after the other. They're sniping them from the side, and that coordination, that communication, that's part of that coordination is just something else that you don't see from the other teams. You see it from Falcons, you see it from Buriram United, but not often from BTR. And whatever Chris Joe, the coach, is doing right now is working, and that's a thumbs up for the coach.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all, I mean, we see a lot of the action out here on the screen in front of us, and we praise these players. But I tell you, the analysts of these squads, the coaches, definitely deserve a lot of credit, right? Because a lot of the ideation in terms of how you approach each and every single match, how you handle certain teams, trying to break down the strategies and the rotations of the other squads, usually it's done off screen in the background. The application of all of that knowledge is exactly what we're seeing in here. So, and I have to say that that's exactly how Flash has been so flashy this time round as well, right? Just a little bit of guidance goes a long way. And speaking of going a long way, I think the teams have definitely shown us the experimentational period we have given them here in FFWSC is paying off, right? Because they are pretty much sharpening their active skills now. You can see a little bit more consistency with which actives are brought in, and that Riptide Rhythm, that Skyler is performing very well. And like we discussed at the very start of the competition, it needs to be followed up with a lot of focus fire from the rest of the team members as well, because the Riptide Rhythm is not as strong as it used to be in the past, but very viable when you've got strong teamwork, Neptune.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if they have the Skyler, they will have an Oscar as well. And you've seen the flurry of glue wall melters that they throw before they use that Riptide Rhythm. Though it's two instances that you can do it, but you will need to time them wherein you lay out the glue wall melters first, use that Riptide Rhythm, wait if that's enough, and then you follow through with the other one. That's what we see, the succession of that being done flawlessly by a lot of teams, and we witnessed that in that specific moment towards the end.
Yeah, and some crazy squads throw the Nero into that mix as well, right? Where you've got so many disruptive skills aiming for those glue walls. With a Nero out there in a situation like that as well, you can't bring up good new glue walls. You have all of your existing glue walls broken down. You've got a Valiant Dash capable Oscar rushing through you with any final second saving glue walls. I mean, those kind of disruptive capabilities makes a squad scary. It definitely made Joel, the sniper of Bigatron by Vitality, with that Skyler in his hands, super scary. 7 eliminations, 3,881 on the damage as he picks up his MVP title.
Yeah, a VSK, as you did mention, a weapon of choice and a weapon that won them that game. I'm really looking forward to how BTR is going to turn things around even further, because they did challenge Buriram United. And as you can see, even on the top 5 elimination, they are up in there toe-to-toe and even more because there's only 2 players in there out of
Bloody hell.
BRU, and Moshi didn't put so much. So I guess Wasana will still not be pulling out so much of elimination, similar to when they got the Booyah. But let's focus more on the skills of BTR rather. Skylar,
Bro.
Yeah.
Hold up. You've got double sniper build. Can we respect this? We were talking about all throughout the start of OB53 update making such a big difference. But this is one of those few teams who come in here with not 2 players walking the sniper as well as the marksman, but actually going in with a full passive sniper build here, Neptune.
Yeah, and the funny part is the Joel and C-Bank was the final 2 players who dealt with the so
yes, beauty.
If you look at the possibilities, the probabilities of them winning against teams, especially with those or against opponents with a CQC player, it is less than 50%. But they did manage to pull it off. What a phenomenal play coming from BTR.
I absolutely agree with you. And again, this is the experimental phase we have been blessed with here in Southeast Asia that I think these teams are really making really good use of, because if you don't go in with an experiment like this, you're not going to know exactly how you can survive the battle. And it's not something that the other squads can just copy off of, right? Because you're not going to have a lot of dominators who are capable of using those snipers. And I think as far as Sibeng as well as Joel is concerned, they're very comfortable on it. And clearly, the elimination numbers speaks very highly of what they've been able to pull off in terms of active and passive skill lineup. We also saw the Moss there making Sibeng very dangerous when it comes to these repositions, and being that unsuspecting sniper appearing out of nowhere after his stealth bites cools down. 31 points in total with Buriram right behind them, and they sorted out Buriram like right on their own, right? So this is a very scary growth of Bigatron.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. The moment that they have been introduced, up until now, they still are surprising us. Now, Onyx Olympus, they did manage to go in for the placement, but not so much of elimination. And I'm really wanting more coming from the scene. The same goes for Evo's Divine, because yes, they did manage to get 10.7 in elimination, but not so much of survivability that went into that fight. But looking into numbers overall, especially for today, Bermuda United still topping board with a decent amount of lead against BTR. But if BTR continues with this, especially in Bermuda, wherein they can use a double snipe setup once again, they might be taking over that #1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus at the end of the day is the reigning defending champions of the FFWS C Spring, right? They were the champions in 2025. They're looking to defend their title, and it looks like they are in a very good position to do exactly that. And what Onyx Olympus has proven to us last year in 2025 Spring is that you don't need to be the heaviest hitter. You don't need to be the biggest team on the board to become champion. You just need to make the right moves at the right time in the right way to run away with it. And it looks like they are more comfortable than they have ever been on the leaderboard in Southeast Asia. This is such a phenomenal improvement out of Indonesia, not just by one squad, but by so many of them. And of course, the one team that is called Evo's Divine is the outlier, but you know how that's a plain lie. It's not an outlier.
Yeah, that's ousted lie that you're seeing coming from Evo's Divine right now. And I mean, they might be in their 13th spot, but you know for a fact that if needed, they will be stepping into the top 12, skipping one day for next week. But I don't think they want to skip. They want to go all the way. That's how they got so much practice, but it's also there's also a little bit of risk to that. They can show off a few more of those tactics as well. Thus the slow pickup in this phase 1. So want to see more of those storylines being built coming from the team, but I'm really loving that we're getting close to, I would say, halfway through into this day, and then by the end of the day, that's where some of the pressure starts to build up, especially for those teams that already put in so many days in this first phase of the knockout stage.
I'm obviously going to let the cat out of the bag here, where I'm going to try to theorize what EVOS Divine is doing, since we've got a little bit of a break before we head on into the next battle, right? Because at the end of the day, we are looking at the reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup is what we are playing this current C qualifier for, and I think they want to keep the crosshairs off their back. They want to be the very first team in the history of the world to be a back-to-back EWC champion. And I think they've got it in them the last time they showed us what they can do out there. Speaking of showing us what they can do, in this Bermuda map, 3 teams have shown us what they can do. Flash, Twisted Minds, anyone can dream. Team Flash is in that Group B. They will not be participating in this next matchup, but Twisted Minds and ACD definitely there. ACD today have been doing fairly well, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving that ACD is slowly building up numbers, and with this favoring them, I think this can increase for their side. Though they were cut off a little bit earlier from the previous match of Purgatory, but we want to see how well can they work with survivability, because towards the end, most of the top dogs wait for what, 4th, 5th phase before they get into the fray. As long as they are within reach of the next phase of the circle, they can still make it and then deal with elimination before the end, or once you're in the final circle. So that's one strategy that we don't see often from ACD, but hopefully with familiarity in Bermuda, they'll be able to put it off.
The last team we just saw on the screen there on the player camps was Bigatron by Vitality. They were placed 3rd in FFWS Spring last year, and then they went on to the Esports World Cup to place 3rd there as well. And I would say that's not too bad at all. They fished out a massive bit of the prize pool of both of Southeast Asia as well as the Esports World Cup, and they are back in it so much better this time around. You've talked about how their aggression is really paying off, Neptune. But I feel like it's not fully translating just yet on the overall leaderboard. But that's for a good reason, because they have played way lesser matches than the teams that are surrounding them currently in the top 12, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one thing. There's still plenty of chances for them to make those adjustments if in case they make a mistake. And this is just one group that they're dealing with. And what they're doing right now is not like different approach for each team, and they're not putting themselves out in open. And if needed, they have the double sniper setup wherein not only are they given the opportunity for information but also elimination, but a split wherein they can still be safe towards the end for a revival. That's what most of the snipers has been doing, and with 2 of those, there's more chances of survivability.
I mean, in the sniper meta, when you are running 2 snipers right on the right active skills, the right passive skills for snipers, you've got it going on your side already. I'm wondering, when is a team like Buriram going to pick up on something like that? I think it's going to be fairly deadly, right? Can you imagine Get High dropping back to be full on sniper alongside Moshi? They start splitting off into a 2-2 format. I think it's going to be very exciting when one of the bigger teams start picking up on something like this as well. But we're going to be hopping on into the next match now, Neptune. Let's continue the conversation in a little bit, because this 3rd game of the day will be cracking on a map where we all love, where we have all been playing for years and years now. If there's any map that these squads have mastered, it is this one good old map called Bermuda.
Runway is clear, and the green grass of Free Fire is here. Let's see where the flight would be coming in. It's coming from Observatory, heading into Sentosa, and we have a few teams that is already dropping. And most of the time we see Graveyard, Bullseye, and Shipyard being occupied by 3 different teams. That is not looking good in terms of survivability. But now we have Team Falcons next to EVOS Divine, and who might stop them if in case the next phase of the circle would be in the middle? It's GOW who's dropping in Bimasaki Strip. Buriram United still taking that peak, and Twisted Mind taking that mill, but BTR with that Booyah as well as the momentum, they might be able to occupy that area real quick.
Yeah, Bigatron by Vitality, 1 Booyah in here so far today. Buriram as well in the previous game, not being able to get to that final battle because of Bigatron. So it's going to be a battle between the 2 for sure today. And Tikui, and then find one with a plasma gun. Obviously, definitely boosted, definitely viable in the early rounds, but the MAC-10 hits hard as well. Wang Am up against Putra does fairly well and opens up the pickup here for Tikui. Extra coins, and none of the other Onyx players close enough to punish WAG.
Yeah, no punishment, but still there's a revival that's happening. And WAG is trying to do the same thing with the vending machine that they have on them. That forces them to split up 2-on-2, which is very risky. It's a good thing that their players did manage to win that fight, Tikui and Wang M. And, well, it's more of the rotation as well that they need to work with later on once forced to do so. But so far, no contention in Pochinok as in this area. I think we saw someone dropping into Mars Electric, so you need to lay down a few of those binoculars there, but it's a little bit short. It's just on that tower that the Tikui is heading on right now, not on the actual compound of Mars.
Yeah, we got a lot of our audience here watching on all of our social media accounts. Drop a comment. Let us know where are you watching from, which country are you watching from, and who do you think is going to be dominating today. Neptune and I are reading the YouTube chat on the official Esports channel. And Jun showing the M24 is definitely buffed.
Yeah, I mean, buffed plus the sniper buff. I mean, I'm really loving that they've been using this. And Sichuan responded with the M82B. I'm loving a comeback coming from this weapon. But the Car 98 doesn't follow through. The elimination doesn't go through as well as Mufasa tries to put in the pressure. But Suez unfazed. Here comes the knock. Here comes the push. But Suez still not out.
Heavy up against Aurora this time round. June's gonna get hunted down. Man, he pulled out the trip mine. Could not put it on the ground as Heavy ran him over with everything they could bring into the fight. And now Aurora, the remaining players at least, trying to back away with Axel with a vehicle. Azul staying behind to play distraction. And he did buy a few extra seconds. Makes a world of difference when the player getting away has got a vehicle. And therefore, Aurora will stay alive at least for the time being. We see a lot of comments in here. We've got audience from Bangladesh, Pakistan. I think we saw one from Nigeria as well. Welcome to the broadcast, guys. Welcome. Hopefully you are enjoying this action. Let us know as well, who do you think is going to be dominating the day?
Yeah, exactly. I'm really loving that all over the globe we are seeing viewers out there, especially when the next match after this tournament would be occupying all over the globe, the Esports World Cup. The regions included there was it's phenomenal that we're seeing a lot of regions opening up doors for their pre-fire esports. But let's see, open the doors onto BTRC Bank, who was almost being taken down. Not quite sure what the move was, but a prone and a jump just to make sure that he doesn't receive a little bit of fall damage saves him from Twisted Mind.
Do we see a back-to-back Booyah or a Booyah curse coming on through for Bigatron by Vitality? We'll have to spot them out in just a little bit. The battle between GOW and Shadow Esports. Shadow Esports, one of those squads, 50-50, struggling a tad bit to find the points out there on the leaderboard. No Booyahs to their names just yet, Neptune. And Shadow's definitely been challenged quite a little bit. An average of 9 points off of the first two games. As they head on into this battle, the best thing for them is not getting into a fight.
Let's see, I mean, they need to keep their distance, but, well, keeping distance is what Aurora will be doing right now after a full revive, so they need to regroup. But for BTR, I guess the aggression is still on them, the momentum is on them as they put pressure on the split up Twisted Mind. But will they be able to go and get a position onto the next phase of the circle, or probably even closer into the middle? That's what BTR is planning right now, but not Joel. I don't know what Joel is planning, but I think it's more of taking advantage of the flank to take down one player from Twisted Mind.
Joel again rocking the Riptide rhythm off of that Skylar. I assume Sibank would be on the Morse. But the one doing this wild rotation is not the Morse. It's the Skylar. I wonder what's up. And obviously, 4 of those boosts off of the team booster already applied by Bigatron by Vitality. They're not going to be worrying too much about the circle, especially it's just the first zone that's bringing the damage in here. And Twisted Minds will be looking to reposition, and Bigatron by Vitality. shoots one out of the sky, jump down. M24 straight to the head, Joel. Got that perfectly aimed. Waited for the perfect opportune moment for 3 players to leave the platform before he struck. That's a big brain play out of the Bigatron player.
Yeah, talk about big brain, because I guess they know exactly that the next move of Twisted Mind will be using that launch pad, and Joel is just taking point on the angle that they can take it. Damage has been dealt, damage has been dealt by Joel, but the follow-up coming from the rest of the teams that managed to go for that knock. So, great plan. I mean, I don't know how they're thinking about this. I know it's more of the playbook that they have right now, but the execution is just prime. The timing and how much plan do you have? You need to have to be able to pull off something like that within a game just like this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, I think I've caused a little bit of chaos in the comment section. So, Bangladesh, this one is for you so that you guys calm down. Ami Tomake Balubasi, thank you so much for responding in the comment section and flooding it, letting us know exactly where you're from. I see a lot of Pakistan in there as well. We've got a lot of the audience from the other regions who have got a slot at the Esports World Cup, who have got a slot at the global final. Yeah, for a good reason, they're trying to check out what the competition in Southeast Asia can do. And I'm very sure a lot of these play styles are being applied over in those regions as well, Neptune, because it's one that's been ever evolving as these updates come on through.
Yeah, exactly, especially with the champions coming from the specific region, so you need to copy coming from that. But taking a look right now, Oi, Philippines! I saw one on the chat right there. So big shout out to Filipinos out there as we focus into the fight between Shadow Esports and Team Falcons. No elimination happening just yet. One trying to barricade themselves in, and on Fireman's take down Baron and goes for that confirmation as well. Only 3 remains from Shadow Esports, and they are being pushed in.
Yeah, you know, the only thing that's going to be exciting me about the battle between Shadow and Falcons, if all of a sudden Shadow starts hitting Falcon players down one after the other. But you know that's not going to be happening, man. Falcons out for the hunt, snuffing out the Shadow players one after another, allowing one final survivor to get away through all of that chaos. But can Shadow Esports survive? Yes, they can. One with the double revival. 1 for 2.
One for 2. That is what his name is for.
1 for 2. Morocco as well, by the way. Yes, welcome. Welcome, Morocco, to the broadcast.
Yeah, Africa. I'm seeing Africa, a lot of Africa right there. The introduction to EWC coming from Africa is just lovely. So I, again, appreciate everyone who's joining us right here, and appreciate everyone who's giving support as well, not only with your specific region, but those coming from Southeast Asia. And of course, to the casters as well.
I mean, yeah, you see more Philippines there. I want these Filipinos to just wreak havoc in the world of Free Fire.
Oh, yeah.
We don't get a lot of that these days, man. I mean, the days of Mac Rory, you gotta remember those snipes, crazy snipes. Mechanical skills out of the Filipino players, definitely admirable. But something that Thailand can show us as well. 1 for 2 earlier with the revival, and now with the drop onto the pass as well. 1 with the double, 1 for 2 all over again, and this time with the eliminations, allowing Jump to go in here for the pickup. Can he get 1 for 3? Finally got turned down 1. Needed a med kit in that situation.
That was a 3v1 situation that he wasn't able to win. But if he healed, if he had a super med, or he healed up at least half of the HP, he will be able to break down the glue wall and put Twisted Mind down into that fight. But let's see though if they will be able to pull it off. WAG right now being pressured. Cheryu needs to be revived, but ACD is taking peak right now. But a good story for WAG is no one's guarding that vending machine. So ACD just have the rooftop, but they will need to be stealthy to pull away from any Overwatch against them.
I see Tamil Nadu in the comment section as well. Namaskaram Taleva, welcome to the broadcast. Team Hin recently won the Indian Championship. You gotta love that, man. The champions. It was such a wild grand finals in India. They had a LAN event as well. It was lit, Neptune. Everybody was so excited there. We missed out on all of that action, but of course this action here, Lightning Zone called upon by the GOW players, forcing Onyx away from this battle, and GOW is going to look to... Well, they barely needed to recover from that. They could have gone in there for the chase, but I guess they didn't want to waste the resources they've collected so far.
Yeah.
Potentially counting a 50-50 fight out in the open. So, yes, a smart play by the Vietnamese players.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, they also lost one of the players, so the risk is not that much compared to the reward. But for Bermuda United, well, they do have the elevation and not so much of contention, especially with all this, all the cover that they have right now. But Evo's Divine might be able to spot them out. But on the other side, WAG, Valiant Dash coming from T-Kui, plus the Drogon is slowly beating up on ACD. And again, ACD is the one putting pressure earlier as the WAG slowly gets into peak, but they were pushed away. WAG is a full squad. ACD is now being forced out into the open, and Jiryu right now can bring down Unleaf, but unfortunately Alan is in there on the other side. Heavy is knocking on their door.
Too many squads in this tiny little compound trying to work their way out of peak into the next open compound. Very little defensive spots available. Anyone can dream going to sleep. It's a little bit of a nightmare in this lobby, but it doesn't matter. They've got a couple of more matches to play later on. WAG on that revival, sending one player right back into the heat of battle. GOW just trying their best to make it into the circle. And WAG right beside them. Demon with the Valiant Dash finds no backed up by the Cryo Mine. Instead, Great Blue Walls will keep the WAG players back. And Demon needs to recover. Hans now throwing himself right in front, but absorbs heavy damage. Backs away. Demon and Dian drop down. WAG just cooked GOW.
Yeah, definitely. And what I saw there was T-Kui on the AWM. We rarely see T-Kui on the snipes, but up close and personal, he can bring that on, especially with accuracy, how well he used that M590. But Heavy right now, forcing a blockade against WAG. But no, it's Ring Around the Rosie into the maze right here. And WAG is given the opportunity to get into the next phase of the circle. But Wang M needs to be forced out and buy a little bit more time for T-Kui and Nan7, and then goes for a regroup. Alan tries to stay, and Alan has been taken down. But T-Kui right now with Valiant Dash, isolation prowess being brought in by WAG, and they're dealing with Heavy quite well.
Absolutely well, I'll say. WAG just cooking the rest of their Vietnamese brothers. Gao went down. Heavy about to go down. Ellen with a sliver of health outside the circle. Wang Am not catching up with him just yet. Abandoning his brother that he needs to pick up because he needs to get into the zone. Has got the Mag 7 in hand, but not enough health on him. And WAG, after all that aggression, gets eliminated. Buriram player getting a free point off of that, and that's the first point for Buriram. It is by Turner, but they are all locked in off of the thrill of battle from down below. Falcons, on the other hand, facing a little bit of heat here. The players on the side of Twisted Minds, hunting them down one after the other. Exposé with the VSK finds a knock onto On Fire. Kororo with the M590, barricading himself in. Jump going in for the finisher. Waits for Exposé to back him up as well. But now Twisted Minds under fire. Bigatron by Vitality approaching from the back.
Oh, Twisted Mind, pickup needs to be done on jump, but no! A God nade coming from Koja, twisting the Twisted Mind players. But Kororo needs to survive. AWMX doesn't help him that much, and BTR is slowly looking into another Booyah with 5 elimination already in part of the next phase of the circle. Together with the remaining 5 teams, and 3 of which is stuck in this one compound. I think they can keep their distance right now and take advantage of that and deal with Bermuda United from a distance. Otherwise, if everyone is forced outside and into the middle of the next phase, that might spell trouble for BTR.
Absolutely, man. Onyx on the ground floor. Aurora up here on the first floor. They've got some company on the roof as well. Ezreal finding Allen off of Heavy. But now EWOS up against Bigatron. This is a big fight. This is for the back-to-back Booyah off of Bigatron by Vitality. Blue Wall Melters are going to be laid out first. And the response of those ice grenades towards the players on the side of Bigatron by Vitality. Double Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defense's optics, who quickly uses the Adena to back away. And time turn pulled out by Gochil. Apex prematurely rushes in and sacrifices himself. Bigatron by Vitality now with the numbers advantage. Aim going trying to take advantage with the Valiant Dash, but gets punished as well. Coachil for the save, and EWOS in a 3v4.
3v4 situation, and most of the time Evo's being beat down by Buriram United. BTR could try to defend themselves, but it's just Buriram United from the other side! And there goes the song, Hello from the Other Side, coming from Moshi, who beats him down.
It's Buriram, you cannot hide! Buriram, high ground domination! They're not the only team that can play with a double sniper, says Bigatron. Buriram up and safe. Bigatron, they do have the double snipe capability to take them down and out of the equation. But they'll have to figure out on how to get into this next zone first as the circle now starts to move. Bigatron by Vitality still with a very challenge spot out here in the open. Wasana punishes, Joel down, Diggs taken out of the equation, and Buriram just going crazy with the high ground advantage. Koja all alone, punished by Vasana. 2 snipe setup, let us show you 4.
Well, a little bit of payback action being brought in by Bermuda United against BTR, but they need to deal with the multi-level, the 3-dimensional battle that we might see into this next shift, the circle. On the top, we have Bermuda United. In the middle, we have Aurora Gaming and Onyx Olympus on the lower ground. And I just saw an M79 coming from Zairu that might be deadly, especially for Aurora Gaming, if that hits them real close. And I don't think Aurora Gaming has been using that Steffi quite hard. So I guess they will be able to go in for the takedown, but Onyx Olympus distracted by Wasana and the rest of Bermuda United. But will they be able to eliminate the entire team?
Yeah, that was a god level Riptide Rhythm off of Onyx Olympus, punishing Buriram on that jump at reposition, and now 1 man down on the side of Buriram. Perhaps Onyx will use this as a great launch pad, pun intended, to get the booyah here for themselves. Moshi and Jonah did not rotate just yet. Moshi has got the electrotherapy connected to him.
From long distance.
Outside? Yeah, from long distance, man. This is a long distance connection that's still hanging on.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll be able, like, if the case is he can pull in the teammates with that with that basic therapy, with the electrotherapy, Sterna would have a little bit of company. But there goes the opportunity. A little bit of shot coming from Terna that saves them, as well as the instant glue wall. And even Aura cannot do anything about it. That forces Aurora Gaming against Onyx Olympus. But Bermuda United is being forced. The blue Zyro is down from the hands of D-Axel, and the pickup can be done. But a nade would be prevented because of the time turner, as well as the airdrop that's bouncing off from their heads.
Yeah, Moshi almost did Jonah dirty there, pulling out the glue wall right after he landed. Captain Jonah went straight into the glue wall, but luckily managed to hop on over it. Oh! Nade by Jun! The God Nade double by Jun finishes off Buriram and books a grand final battle up against Onyx for Aurora. Jun's gonna get caught out this time round. The Riptide Rhythm making sure Axel does not get in front, and Onyx will grab the booyah for Indonesia.
The defending champions of Southeast Asia Spring is back. And I'm really loving this side of Onyx Olympus. They have been consistent in getting a lot of points, putting themselves on top of the board, and now they're getting their second booyah of this tournament.
Wait, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages from all around the world, what are y'all doing, man? Hit the like on the broadcast because we are on fire. What a battle this was on game number 3. And like you said it, Neptune, the reigning defending champions of FFWSC Spring here to prove that they are no pushovers. That was a brilliant battle by Onyx, and they have been doing fine all throughout the competition, picking up those points. And I've had one biggest problem with Onyx Olympus so far. Their placement points, very respectable. The engagements, the eliminations have not been too high, and you see that slowly changing as they pick up rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, you witness in the final moment, they have a clear view against Buriram United, but it's more of Aurora Gaming who managed to finish them off. And I guess that is a threat to like Onyx Olympus moving up and momentum building on them. If in case they get clear view of most of the opponents, and we've seen that they don't stop shooting against a specific team. They are shooting, but it's not landing those shots. That is difficult for Onyx Olympus compared to what we've seen in some of the gamings like Bermuda United, Aurora Gaming, even some of those who can confirm those elimination. On Onyx Olympus, they need to work on that. But I'm not crying. As long as they get to Booyah, I'm still shouting, it's Onyx time.
If Aurora can continue to give us what Aurora has been giving us so far, we're gonna get to see the Malaysian squad on the Esports World Cup stage. I'm excited. We're gonna have a lot of underdogs there on the world stage for the first time for some of them. It's going to be a decent battle that many nations, many regions get to prove themselves. And I really hope Malaysia stands a chance, because that God nade out of Jun, that three-pointer net that he just tossed on in there was a brilliant one that instantly put the Buriram players out of commission, right? It was well-timed. Initially, the pressure was there on the players who tried to reposition on the side of Buriram. Onyx would get the first damage in, and obviously Aurora getting that finisher will keep the Malaysian squad in high spirits for sure, because when they see the replay, you know, by the end of the day or in a little bit, and identify that they just annihilated Buriram in that circle, preventing the second Booyah for Buriram in here today, and also getting themselves a little bit of extra points, I think it's going to boost up their confidence quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think, I think Bermuda United will be a little bit pissed off, but the performance, especially with the number of top 3 finishes that Bermuda United has, it's perfect so far for the first 3 games that we have for the day. So if you want to have an easier way towards a Booyah, you'll need to take down Bermuda United. But we've seen, even from that moment, no one can do it quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Nobody can do it quite easily. I mean, this is FFWS at the end of the day. On the Southeast Asian level, it's a difficult lobby to tell exactly who's going to be dominating, right? Because you've got so many good players. You've got almost all of them playing on the meta, and what makes it even more challenging is you've got a lot of these great teams experimenting on this OB53 meta, trying to perfect what these snipes can give them out there on the battlefield. Again, I have to highlight Bigotron by Vitality going all in on the double sniper setup, but Buriram on that high ground with a 4-man sniping squad. Now, they didn't bring out the passive skills for sure to back up those snipes, but dude, they had the right guns in their hands, and they had the right aim to make sure they collected quite a number of points. But of course, one of those guys who were collecting points out there was Crime out of the side of Onyx Olympus. 4 eliminations, 3,471 on the damage with the M590 rocking the battlefield. I expected to see more numbers out of Onyx Neptune.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, hopefully Annie is okay right now, because Onyx Olympus has a smooth criminal at this point. But looking at it, he's the only one being part of the top 5 from that engagement. Well, I won't be surprised, because even before WAG has been eliminated, coming from Peak, they got a lot of points on them. So no surprise that Onyx Olympus, or some of the players on Onyx Olympus, has been pushed down onto that leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We've got the Bangladeshi League running here as well. I really wonder how will Bangladesh measure up against these players from Indonesia as well as Malaysia, Neptune, because you see the fight already so deadly between them. Let's check out the active skill combination here. They've got the Riptide Rhythm off of the Skylar, the Valiant Dash off of the Oscar, both disruptive skills. But what makes Onyx so different in terms of the aggression is they also have something to fall back to, and that's exactly what Putra has in his arsenal. The Chrono, the Time Turner, to turn their fate around. But he is not the one running the Thiva and Olivia. So they've got 2 backups here in terms of defense. So I'm really liking this, right? You've got a very clear defense and offensive balance coming through here from the side of Onyx that shows you what their thinking style is.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I'm not seeing as well is the change of the balancing on those Nikita, because we're still seeing multiple Nikitas being used, and the reload speed, even if it has been reduced from 30% to 20%, it's still being usable, especially if you are the ones using a M590 or a Drogon that we see often in this game. But looking at the numbers, well, it is true, there's not so much of a points or elimination points that has been brought in by Onyx Olympus, but I want want to see that change later on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's like your dad cutting your allowance from $100 to $98, right? I mean, the 10% off of the Nikita still makes a very heavy contender when it comes to these passive skills, because the M590 is still very much in play, because the M24 definitely requires you to reload because of the mag size. But of course, looking at the numbers here, Onyx Olympus picking up 22 points, not the most out of a lobby, but very decent when you can look at the fact that there was heavy competition to farm these numbers all throughout the leaderboard here. Even Buriram only managed to walk away with 17 points here. But towards the bottom, Shadow Esports continuing the struggle. Anyone Can Dream crashed out way too early this time around, and they have to be careful because they are on their final 3 games here. When we get to it, by the end of the day, they will have completed all of their games for the group stage.
Yeah, let's see though, looking into today's standing, but United still taking the lead with a 20 points away from BTR. And we don't see Bermuda being taken down a little bit early. That's one of the conditions if in case BTR on Olympus, let's include Aurora Gaming as well, wants to take over that number 1 spot. So we might be ending this day with a team of the day coming from BRU, but anything can happen, like anyone can dream.
I mean, anything can happen. Yes, anyone can dream. Any nation can dream. Any region, any server can dream now as we start adding in more of these regions onto the global stage. And when you've got something like Champion Rush sometimes activated, and maybe truly, you know, that statement stands true. Anybody can dream of going up there and grabbing it for themselves. But when you look at the overall standings, Neptune, again, we need to stress the number of games played. Like we've told you guys in the opener of the competition, the introduction, all the teams get to play a total of 24 games. So yes, Twisted Minds, Falcons dominating at the top. This can definitely change when RRQ steps up to the plate to complete their 24 games. Buriram, they've only played 15 games so far and they're on the 6th spot. My God, Buriram has got too many matches to go to dominate this league.
And then no surprise why they were slowing down. They're studying the opponent, and now they're putting up everything from the homework into execution, because top three finish is not easy for a lot of teams. But Bermuda United can easily do that, and considering that they have Turna, a new introduction into their team, into the mix as well, wherein they're winning, even if they're without a booyah, they're winning most of their gunfights.
Yeah, like you said, man, Turner is no green player, right? He has definitely been within the circuit. He knows how to play on the Southeast Asian level. But in the squad of Buriram, finding that perfect mix of chemistry is going to be the biggest question mark here. But so far, he seems to be doing okay. Problem is, when you are the 3-time world champs, going for another global title behind you, because the 3-time world champs have never been the Esports World Cup champions. So maybe Buriram might want to be aiming for something like that this time around for themselves. But we have to see, man. Competition is just way too heated. We've got a interview, speaking of Buriram, with one of their players coming up for you guys. So we'll leave you with the host from Thailand and catch up with you after a break.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Now we are with one of the very outstanding team, Buriram United Esports และตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับทีมที่ทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆซึ่งก็คือทีม
BRU ครับ Buriram United ครับ
ทีม BRU นั่นเองค่ะ Can you briefly introduce yourself ช่วยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ผม BRU เตอร์นาครับ
ว่าเตอร์นานะคะ Okay, you start today match with a booyah. How you feel about it? เริ่มมาเกมแรกก็ได้บูย่าเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
รู้สึกดีใจครับได้บูย่ากับในนามทีมใหม่ครับ
I was really happy because I got a booyah with my new team and since you just first joined the BRU which member in the team is the kindest to you เพราะว่าเราเนี่ยเพิ่งเข้าบุรีรัมย์เนาะพี่ๆคนไหนเนี่ยใจดีกับเราที่สุดคะ
ดีทุกคนครับอยู่กันเป็นครอบครัวครับ
Everyone is kind to him because we live like a family. But which one is the most strict? มีใครสักคนไหมคะที่ดุเป็นพิเศษ
ไม่มีครับมีแต่คนน่ารักครับ
None of them are mean. They all are cute to him. And What's your expectation for this week ผลงานในสัปดาห์นี้เนี่ยคาดหวังประมาณไหนคะ
คาดหวังเข้าแค่ 12 ทีมครับเดี๋ยวแต่วันนี้อยากได้ Team of the Day ครับ
He just expect his team to enter top 12 but he hope that today they will get team of the day and lastly please tell something to the fans hashtag ท้ายลุงหนวดช่วยบอกอะไรกับแฟนคลับ hashtag ท้ายลุงหนวดหน่อยค่ะ
ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้พวกเราด้วยครับเดี๋ยวพวกเราทำเต็มที่ครับ
Keep cheering for us we will do our best and for now let's have some break and see you in the fourth game พักกันสักครู่แล้วกลับมาพบกันในเกม 4 นะคะบ๊ายบาย
おいそれスノボじゃなくて人体だからそれにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから
バカこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ
金ちゃんの言う通りあるコラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね
ゲームは終わりだ
皆さんそれって銃
いけるぞカグラ開発チームから聞かされてねえよ
しつこい男は嫌いやろ
アームストロング最高ですアームストロングなんでこんなとこにまで
話してやってくんねえかサダールそいつはシンパシーじゃねえんだ
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですかケリーさん本当にごめんなさい
さて行き先は
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない
Week 1 came to an end, and the battlefield of FFWS 2026 Spring had begun to take shape. Thailand rose to dominate the standings, claiming the entire top 4. 2 Team of the Day titles belong to Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Team Falcons charge forward like a machine of destruction, the only team to break the 200-point mark with 4 dominant booyahs. AG doesn't need booyahs. They hunt eliminations, apply pressure, and hold firmly at top 2 as a warning to everyone.
Now he might get a fourth one here, and Han goes down! Cypher takes them all out!
Buriram United had a slow start, but Kings always know when to accelerate.
Through all of those players, dig way down on the ground, and put it on coming in here to finish them off one after the other. Demon can't do much. It's a 4v1, and Moshi finally puts an end to that.
The class of the defending champions never truly fades. Indonesia became the stage of shocking upsets. Giants are falling. Even the EWC defending champions managed only 10 points on day 3, dropping all the way to top 18, an unbelievable collapse.
They get smacked at as well. There goes Evo's 12th place at bottom 3, third game in a row.
But inside that chaos, a new generation is rising. Onyx, Bigatron, bold, explosive, fearless.
Bigatron with a back-to-back booyah!
Vietnam once started in flames, 3 booyahs. And Gao claimed Team of the Day 1, but that fire quickly began to slow down. Team Flash and WAG are still fighting to keep the hope alive.
Flash can't find the finisher just yet. They try to break through the glue wall. Baros panic, and he does not pick up Nameless, misses the opportunity, and Flash overwhelms AG Global.
While Heavy, P Esports, and even Gao themselves are starting to fall behind. And Malaysia, no longer the free points many expected them to be. They are more resilient, more proactive, more dangerous. And now, they are closing in on top 12, waiting for the perfect moment to break through. Week 2. The battle for the top 12 will be more brutal than ever. We're no longer just playing for points. We're fighting to secure the best possible chance, to claim a ticket to the grand finals. Who will rise? Who will fall? Find out in Week 2 of FFWS.
おいそれスノボじゃなくて人体だからそれにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから
バカこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ
金ちゃんの言う通りあるコラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね
ゲームは終わりだ
え皆さんそれって銃
嫌いやろ
話してやってくんねえかサダールそいつは新橋じゃねえんだ
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですかケリーさん本当にごめんなさい
さて行き先は
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Today is day 2 of week 2, the final day of play for Group C, and it seems like some of them are doing really well. Some of them, like EVOS Divine, are not bringing up the numbers that they require to qualify early, or at least to play early to get into Point Rush. We need to see exactly what's going on here. Obviously, Group C has got 3 more games remaining, and I think those are too few opportunities for EVOS Divine. But still, some may say enough opportunities for them to rampage and get enough points, Neptune.
Well, let's see now. I mean, they might be giving out some opportunities to see everyone's tactics once they step into Point Rush, or probably first match of that phase 2. So there's a lot of instances wherein we haven't seen so much of the great tactics coming from the teams. They have been slowed down, but I'm loving that some are really showing up. BTR is one, Onyx Olympus is another. Team Falcons, yes, we've seen so much of them already, but we want to see more. But I do agree, EVOS Divine, they need to move up, because on the board right now, well, other than Bermuda United, who we love to see most of the time and getting that top 3, BTR, Onyx Olympus from Indonesia, other teams from either Vietnam or Indonesia, or if not, Malaysia can take the board.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I'm looking forward to Malaysia grabbing a booyah here for themselves. But so far, Indonesia, even though EVOS Divine has refused to wake up and play, Bigatron by Vitality and Onyx Olympus not letting go of the opportunity to impress all of this. But of course, I have to say, at the moment, only 4 teams in the competition have not picked up a booyah here for themselves, and all of those teams come from Group B as well as C. Since Group B is not playing today, we can only focus on the Group C teams that have not secured a single booyah. That is Anyone Can Dream as well as Shadow Esports. I think both of them have been kicked around quite a little bit. I don't know, I'm not seeing the viability for a booyah here from Shadow Esports. But Anyone Can Dream, I think, have shown us some slight possibility of sneaking one away, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Anyone Can Dream can really bring in a few of those elimination if needed, but it's more of avoiding third party, because that's where they fail. For Shadow Esports, they go for survivability. One player like Rin can just clutch it out, but it's just that there's so many opponents that he's being left with, thus he cannot pull it off. But looking at the top, in this next map, which is Solara, we're seeing AG Global, Falcons, and Team Flash, and we don't have AG Global and Team Flash playing right now. So we're going to look at Shadow Esports as well as WAG, and hopefully being a second in Solara, hopefully Shadow Esports can bring a booyah this time around.
Whoa. I just said that I don't see Shadow Esports picking up a booyah. And then we get to Solara right after that, where Shadow Esports is part of the top 3. Is this a coincidence? Yeah, sure as hell it's a coincidence. Shadow Esports, part of the top 3 in terms of stats for Solara, but still no booyah to their name just yet. Although they do have 25 eliminations, just 1 lesser than Falcons as well as WAG, who have 26 apiece for themselves. They have been struggling on their placement points, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, they have shown us some viability on the Solara maps that they have played so far. Granted, I have to say, they've played the map 3 times in comparison to WAG, who have only played Solara twice so far, and they're still quite neck and neck on those points. If everything goes well for Shadow Esports, maybe we can get a back-to-back-to-back booyah for Indonesia here.
Well, let's see now. I mean, Solara is something else. When it was introduced, a lot of teams has been taking advantage of how new it is. BTR is one of those. They dubbed themselves the king of Solara until they are being taken down by a lot of teams. Bermuda United is one of those as well, who slowly built up their team in this specific map, throwing BTR down. But with those two titans in Solara, if they do get out early, if they try to go in a hot drop, that opens up the floodgates for the other teams, and as we mentioned, Shadow Esports to grab a booyah in this map.
Yeah, I think Shadow Esports, from not having an opportunity, definitely has an opportunity. I forgot to think about the map of all things, right? Solara perhaps could just be exactly where they need to be right here, right now, as they head towards their final 3 games available in the group stage. Shadow Esports with a challenge to see if or not they can achieve their very first booyah in the competition here within the group stage of FFWS 2026 Spring. Let's see if they can get the job done on the map we all love, Solara.
And let's open up the map right here, as well as the flight path, finding out where teams will be heading. It's a little bit skewed towards the hub, but Riders Club is still open for Team Falcons to drop in, as well as a windmill for Twisted Mind. But it ends to pass Bloomtown, and those trying or aiming for Aquarium would be in a short drop. So hopefully they don't meet up in Casa Vista, or probably they find their way into Bayside using those slide trails. But as you can see, there's not so much of hot drop that would be happening, except for one that we've seen before. Team Falcons going against Heavy, and we've seen Heavy win this fight before.
Yeah, absolutely. On fire in a 3v1, but the time turners just buys him a little bit more seconds there before he gets nailed out. VSS in the hands of Pina, but he might just get overwhelmed. Shadow Esports in the compound as well. Let's see if or not this can turn into a three-way battle. Two players down from the Falcon side, Kororo and Limit X7, looking for an opportunity to survive. The vending machine still away from them. Twisted Minds in the vicinity, spotting them out, and the chase is on. The Bass with a mini Uzi nails down Limit X7. Kororo, the final one, needs to get to the vending machine. Has a vehicle right in front of him. The cryo mine already used up 6 HP, not enough for Kororo as Falcons fall. It's the 12th squad, or at least the team in the 12th spot in the Solara map, so unsuspecting Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they are top the board when we're looking at Group C and A, or A and C right here.
Oh, yeah.
And they got eliminated early. That gives more opportunity for Shadow Esports. But let's see now, Twisted Mind battle against Heavy. A pickup can be done on Sichuan. Shield Gun is paying dividends in the survival with a Valiant Dash! And Vaz right now might be the one who will be saving Twisted Mind. And unfortunately, here comes the rest of Heavy. Eliminates them, brings back their teammates. And BTR, Dix, the ones who finish off Team Falcons, is now in fray against 3.
Yeah, man, Riders Club, Riders on the storm. The action does not stop here at the Riders Club, as squads just keep hopping on in one after the other. Now the next contender is Bigatron by Vitality, trying to put a little bit of pressure here on Heavy. The full squad is not in action just yet. Koja gets tagged up. Mufasa showing up at the right time, right place. Don't cry. Diggs with a sliver of health. Mini Uzi, Riptide Rhythm out of nowhere. But Mufasa is there for the save, and Heavy has gotten the job done already. The Riptide Rhythm did come in for the play, but the players of Bigatron too far away to take advantage, and they turn tails and run away from Heavy.
Yeah, I mean, they need to run, especially with the hit list on them right now. And Bank will be flying away, far away. Joe Wildo spotted on the vehicle, but no contention being done by Don't Cry right now to shoot him down. I guess it's more of finding out where the rest of BTR is, and it's more of leaving that area as well, avoiding any other team that is challenging them. But 3 teams challenging them. Heavy managed to be on top. This is how, even from last week, this is how Heavy ended their Solara run, winning a fight against Team Falcons, and that ring around the rosy that we witnessed in there, outsmarting Team Falcons and guarding that vending machine is what they're banking on.
Anyone can dream under a little bit of pressure now. GOW. Gao spotting then Aleph out in the open. Brilliant Valiant Dash. Mag 7 in the hands of the Gao player as well to get the job done. Traps. AC80 open shots up against Demon. Doesn't manage to tag him just yet. No key with the time turner. M590 in hand, but Demon turns on him with a Mag 7. And Demon's still alive. Fies and Traps still can't get the job done to nail down the Gao player who's all alone out of the open.
I don't know what's happening right now. Traps could have made those shots, but I think he is dreaming a little bit too much, and Fies will go for that revive. 500 coins in the pocket, only 1 revive can be done, but it's more of how they will recover. WAG though, putting in pressure against Heavy, a team that you don't want to go in and fight, especially with the momentum that they have, but they are split up right now, and Alan can be taken advantage of right here.
They got the momentum, the loot, the coins, but not the mechanical skills in that engagement. The 1-for-1, Shiru down on the ground, but the WAG players in the right place at the right time with the lightning zone, putting up enough pressure to force Heavy to scramble. Gao, on the other hand, with the team recovery on those revivals, full squad once again.
See WAG slowing down a little bit. No enemies quite near on them, and very near on Funfair as well. And you know how it is in Funfair, it's not that fun, especially for those who are being gunned down. But they looted up the arsenal, the weapons arsenal already. They can reposition, but to where? Binoculars being used, and it is open up, but here is BTR just behind him, and Jiryu has been taken down in there from afar with a VSS. They didn't expect BTR to be that quick.
Nah, they didn't expect that at all. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't forget to hit that like on that YouTube. If you are tuning in from the platform, in fact, regardless of whichever platform you're tuning in, hit that like, man. I mean, this is the kind of action we definitely want to reach more people out with to get them a little hooked on this free fire adrenaline rush. I mean, I have not seen a competition this exciting, Neptune, in a long, long time, my friend.
Exactly. One reason why we're loving it, and we're bringing out all the energy. But speaking of energy being drained against GLW. That's right now trying to fight back. Swez being hit, but one able to make that shot quite quick. But Swez will be down. Ezreal right now would be the one contender, but they didn't expect the Axel to be on the flank, and GLW with only one remain.
I mean, Gao, 5 eliminations. He just had to take his chances there. But of course, the player will be able to pull that revival through TV Tower in a little bit. Twisted Minds up against the one and only Shadow Esports that does well on this battlefield usually, but this time up against a big squad in Twisted Minds. Baron 1-for-2 in that situation, and he does manage to pull the points off of the Twisted Mind players. Exposi looking for the AWM shot, misses twice, about to be punished by Juan once again.
That's the only one remaining, but will need to drop and revive the rest of the squad. 0 coins in the pocket, and, well, as we switch into the other side, they will be looking for another contender against Shadow Esports. It's Sonic Olympus, who is already inching very close. Rindo has been revived, but will not be shoot down. If they can recover quickly in Windmill, even with a UAV, spotting where they are, Onyx Olympus can be outplayed by Shadow Esports. If they can stick for it for a few more seconds, because there is 40 seconds before we see that shift happen.
Vortex is trying to convince everyone that Mina is the best server in the world of Free Fire. We agree with you, Vortex. Mina's definitely the best server out there. Come EWC. We will see exactly what the other regions try to achieve for themselves. But Shadow Esports has been able to survive the challenge of Twisted Minds, but now can they survive the challenge of Onyx Olympus, the reigning defending champions of FFWS Sea Spring, who also have got a single booyah in the fight today. Looking for the back-to-back booyah for themselves. Shadow Esports now being pressured from the back. Question is, where did that Riptide Rhythm come from? It is the Onyx players for sure. But Adam and Putra both get caught. Shadow Esports turning the tides.
And one thing that we see from Shadow Esports is saving them is them sticking together. And they're not splitting up that much. One for a takedown against Zyru. And you ask where that Riptide Rhythm came from. It was from Crime, who's now turning tails, trying to survive, going in for that revive with 4,500 in the pocket. And Zyru has been revived. But to what extent? Evo's Divine, WAG is here. There's a lot of pressure coming from both the teams.
The shield gun in the hands of Tikui. Probably taking a little cheeky shots there. Oh, what a beautiful dash by Suez. But it is Azrael the one who pulls away that elimination from afar. AC80 to the neck of the player. Aurora with 9 eliminations already. This is a different version of the squad for sure now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I want to see more of this team, because Malaysia haven't brought in a few of those contenders until it was like a few years back. But Aurora Gaming putting so much of damage, even against Onyx Olympus, who might be eliminated right here, right now, and 10th elimination being gathered right now. But they need to get in better position, because the last time we saw Aurora Gaming in the previous map, they were caught off guard, though they did make the top 30, but they were a loss with numbers already, and they need to work on that survivability as well as aggression that brings a big dog to that #1 spot.
Man, Putra thought he was getting away from the Anyone Can Dream squad, but Anyone Can Dream said, yeah, keep dreaming.
Dream on!
Yeah, dream on. Takes them 3 players to take down the play, so, you know, all's fair. Man had 2 glue walls with him. Heavy up against Shadow Esports. Man, the competition to eliminate Shadow Esports is not ending here. And Heavy now taking a few shots at them and finding each and every single one of them, nailing those players down. 2 out of 4 annihilated. Now Heavy going in for the finisher.
Well, let's see though. They don't want, Shadow Esports doesn't want to be on a 1v4 situation right now. Also, they are backing away. Rin right now might still be left behind. Glue Wall saves them a little bit, but they need to go far. That ridge, that slope that they have might save them, probably for a flank. Probably for a full rotate away from Heavy, because that's what they need to work on if they want a full squad to beat Revive. But we're going to get back Shadow Esports in a bit. Heavy with 10 elimination. This is something that we don't see often, especially with big dogs like Bermuda United into the fray.
FFWS MENA 2026 Spring is currently running. We've got a lot of action there. We've got some action in Bangladesh. We've got action in Pakistan. Man, so many regions playing at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
And all those regions are coming to Southeast Asia to flex on us. And we see you. We see you. It's going to be fun at the Esports World Cup for sure. And I hope the competition is tough, Neptune, because it is going to be hella exciting. Look at how tough it is for Buriram. I mean, they've been silent all this time. And even they dropped by Riders Club. What's up with Riders Club, man?
I mean, it's far away, and there's a slide rail and a vending machine just next to that drop. So that's a one key factor, especially into Lara right now. Well, let's see if that would change later on as we deal with the Malaysian Civil War. ACD against Aurora, and ACD seems like getting the shorter end of the stick.
Oh, Valiant Dash versus Valiant Dash. Who wins? Nobody. The Glue Walls are the biggest losers. Noki and Aleph both down. Aurora, as well as Anyone Can Dream, losing players. But it is Aurora, the ones who are closer to each other, were able to pick those bodies right back up. Faiz all alone with the VSK in hand. And the best situation is Aurora rotates away, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Oh, let's see. I mean, I don't know if he survived that jump, that launch pad. But as we head into Evos right now, all potential for a knockdown by Onyx Olympus. And we are seeing so much pressure coming from these teams. But we're also seeing Bermuda United being taken down off camera. And we didn't witness what happened, but it's just unfortunate for BRU right now. But as we look at the next place in the circle, 8 seconds to go before the shrink happened. And Shadow Esports just knocking doors off Evo's Divine.
Yeah, Evo's Divine versus Shadow Esports. Onyx Olympus in this situation. WAD Aurora. Holy mama, we got so many squads still alive and kicking on the 13th minute. 10 teams vying for the spot in the next circle. And you know we do not have enough room for all of them. Axel trying to get away. Jump pad will put him to his death. In fact, it was death with a Winchester that took him out. Jun down on the ground. No nades on Buriram for Jun this time round, as the man will probably need to be revived if it doesn't get picked up. Zues making sure Jun gets right back up on his feet, but Evo's Divine right behind them, and WAG now cutting down the distance. But look at the number of glue walls keeping Aurora back from the WAG players. Evo's going downstairs to meet them. This could just be the end of Aurora here.
Oh, let's see, Aurora might be ended. But we've seen June and Suez survive from the earlier matches, but not in Solara. With Evo's Divine above them, Coach Hill receiving a lot of damage, but that still saves Aurora to be spotted. WAG not moving an inch because of all the gunshots coming in from the other side. And holy mackerel, as the blue closes in, here comes the lightning zone. Shinzi's trying to survive, but little to no chance for a revive for the team.
OGG Shinzi got taken out by the circle, and Shadow Esports out in 10th. WAG with a smart rotation towards the right hand side, and Aurora still hanging on here, and Evo's jumping away. Aurora does not get attacked. What are the chances here? And Bigatron by Vitality finally opening fire on the Evo's players, knocking down player after player. Here comes June with a monster truck. A crazy drive-by to put those players in a little bit of a pickle. Joel shoots Jun out of the vehicle, and Bigatron by Vitality. 14 eliminations strong already, looking for the booyah.
Oh, let's see if they can grab Booyah once again. 15 elimination. Aurora Gaming is down to their knees and up to the next lobby. Aim God just waiting for the opportunity. No healing happening, and the jump coming from Kocha with an M590. That clears the path for BTR to get into this high ground. Onic on Crime has been taken down as well, and we're left with 3 teams. And BTR and GOW with a full squad, where Heavy will be left far away for contention if they are being ganged up right now.
Yeah, Bigatron by Vitality looking for their second booyah here of the day. Heavy and Gao. Pressure play, looking for some sort of opportunity here for themselves. Bigatron not having a great spot. Heavy, on the other hand, down in numbers. Alan and Seatuan looking for the backstab onto Gao. They might be able to find it, and they do! Seatuan puts that down on the ground, forcing Gao now to back away from Bigatron by Vitality. Heavy's interference pulls the attention of Gao straight towards them.
Siege 1, half of the HP. Allen will be down. Enhanced Demon combination will not be an easy target to put down. The end for the flank. Might be spotted by Koja. A snipe might give them that opportunity. But with cover with that monster truck as well as a flurry of glue walls, this might be a chance for BTR to get close. Cryo Mine on them. Rifta Rhythm reduces that speed, the momentum from Gao. And the end will be down. Advantage now for BTR.
Yeah, the recovery play from Gao is here, but one mistake by the Gao player into the vehicle. Joel had the sniper on him and now traded out by Demon. Can they get the finisher here? Sibank on for the pickup, and Demon's one mistake of going in for the rush for the finisher puts him in harm's way. Hans looking for Sibank, but Sibank finds him with the VSK, and Gao left with none as Bigatron by Vitality once again proves that they are no chumps, picking up the second booyah of the day.
And with that, Team of the Day can be grabbed by BTR, and the title of Kings of Zolera is back home on to Bigatron by Vitality. For the final moment, they have 17 elimination and need to deal with 3 players. But how they spread out is what made them win. They're not going into one specific area. They are giving an opening for the snipers as well as the pressure for the CQC players. Thus, Bigatron's plan was successful.
Absolutely successful, my friend. I think this was a really good game for Bigatron by Vitality, as all of the chaos was breaking down. They were not really part of the chaos when it came to looking for a decent spot, because they made those rotations early, and this is one of those biggest advantages that Bigatron by Vitality had pulled to their side, because the rest of the squads, they had to deal with that pandemonium. Too many teams alive and kicking, looking for that second final circle. And obviously, we had to lose a lot of players by the time we got to that final zone. And because Bigatron by Vitality was already in a decent spot, they were taking pot shots at everyone, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great opportunity. And if they're still wearing that double sniper, that's where they have the advantage. And you've seen for that final moment how they distance themselves from the rest. It's just not one player. A couple of players is pulling away from the rest of the squad, and the frontliners is trying to regroup. If it's not for the snipers finishing them off, the pressure of the CQC player from BTR would just be devastating. And it's still booyah either way for BTR.
Absolutely. Booyah for BTR. And again, man, you gotta love the broadcast. The chat is going wild. We've got fans from all over the world checking out what Southeast Asia can do. There's a lot of trash talk going on. There's a lot of challenges. There's a lot of statements as to which of these regions are better than the other. But of course, we'll have to let the regions, in terms of the players, do the talking once we reach the Esports World Cup. But yeah, man, MENA themselves, they are having the competition running. I think we've got a lot of these spring competitions running at the same time. So the world of Free Fire Esports is alive and kicking, and the fans are getting the maximum pleasure out of this, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. Maximum pleasure. And, well, it's because of the maximum effort as well as being put in by the teams. If we don't show, or we don't see those great play coming from Southeast Asia, especially those of the teams who's grabbing Booyah right now, we might see less of those fans from other regions watching us. So keep watching, keep taking notes, give it to whoever would be the representative in EWC coming from your region, because there's a lot more that's coming from Southeast Asia. And I guess we have to do the same to other regions as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, they are all slugging it out in their own spring seasons. So, you know what, C? The C chat is in here. They are being troubled by all of the other regions flooding the chat as well. Southeast Asia, you got to return the favor later on, okay? I know. If I'm not mistaken, Bangladesh is going to be playing in less than 40 minutes. So that's going to be an exciting one. We've got the Pakistani battles going on. MENA battles are going on, all again at the very same time. So the weekend is packed with free fire action. Here, Bigatron by Vitality doing whatever it takes to climb the leaderboard. 2 Booyahs within the day, and we have got 2 more games to go.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the MVP right now. And he's no chump at all. 7 elimination, 3,000 in damage, and that 8 UG in hand. Dix, as we've seen one player who managed to eliminate Team Falcons as well as they try to get away in Riders Club, and also dealt with a lot of teams, a lot of players right now. But let's not take away from those who put in so much of effort, like Don't Cry. We have June from Aurora Gaming. We have Coach as well as part of BTR, and Demon from Gao.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I don't think these guys can measure up to Tech or one of the other regions in their squads, but you see the points being spread out quite evenly on as far as the top predators are concerned within the lobby. It's good to know nobody went raging on up against anybody else out there. But looking at the setup here, again, Bigatron by Vitality, the double sniper full-on setup with the active and passive skills between Joel as well as Sebeng, Dix as well as Koja, just going full-on commitment as rushes. And what's interesting about this is a no-holds-barred, go all out, slap your opponents. We are not worried about revives and pickups coming through from this squad. No Tiva, no Olivia. This is all-out offense.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're seeing aggression just from this, but aggression from a distance. And what I'm loving as well is it's throwing off some of the tactics of the team. They got used to a 3-1 split, or one sniper who's being distraction that they need to deal with first. But with Joel on the Riptide rhythm, that brings pressure on the CQC that's happening in front, and then a potential flank coming from Sebeng with that Moors. And you can see as well the damage that has been brought in by both of the teams.
Oh yeah, man, absolutely. And you gotta acknowledge the fact that everybody on the side of Bigatron by Vitality were throwing in their damage, right? Everybody, whoever they could find out there on the battlefield, they were shooting at them. But what's great is the teamwork, the focus of the communication to all go in and focus fire onto a certain squad or a certain player. That was done phenomenally well by Bigatron by Vitality, and you can see that through their points. 20 eliminations strong, and one of the teams that did equally as well as them was Aurora Gaming. Can you believe that? 18 eliminations off of the Malaysian squad, but a very early exit off of the placement points, and this is where Aurora needs to figure it out. I think a little bit more coaching is definitely needed for the squad, because rotation seemed to be a key problem, but engagements on the battlefield have been going more and more the way of the Malaysians.
Yeah, I'm really loving that they're getting the aggression, but it's a flip of the basics. Basics would be to survive longer and then deal with elimination. That's the reverse being done by Aurora Gaming, but hopefully they get comfortable in finding the final circle, because we know that they can bring in the elimination as well, but there's a lot of third party that has been happening. But looking at today's standings, BTR, despite of Buriram United being a threat against them, being eliminated early helped them as well, and now they're in lead by 12. But Buriram United, sore losers, they will not be going down that easily without a fight.
I don't know, man. Buriram United Esports, at the end of the day, they have got a ton of matches still left with them. Look at them, 16 games, and everybody who has a spot above them have played 18 and 22 matches. The only ones kind of catching up with Buriram is Bigatron by Vitality, who's actually leading the leaderboard of today. So the battle between Buriram and Bigatron by Vitality is definitely a thing that we need to look out for here. Bigatron by Vitality have got 5 Booyahs so far. By the way, the current record of this group stage.
Yeah, exactly. 5 Booyah is the highest that we have. And they're also part of the teams, or top 5 teams, that has the highest total in terms of each map. And we want to see more coming from BTR because they can rack a lot of elimination. And if Bermuda United would be one of the threat that will be taken out early, similar to what we've seen before, they might be able to beat their record of BRU, which is 25 elimination in one match, which is possible for BTR. I think they rack up more than that from other seasons.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, as all of that was being thrown out there, Falcons also at the very bottom of today's performance in terms of what they could do from placement points as well as eliminations. You don't really see them going all out. This is a little bit of a surprise, and at the same time, it's really not surprising at all. Falcons, they went wild already in the competition. They've got more than enough points to be in the top 12, so they're just resting for the rest of this group stage, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to take the number 1 spot, it's quite a challenge right now because they need 34 points to go against Twisted Mind. And the bad story is they're part of the same group. So if Twisted Mind will be putting so much of effort, that will be wasted effort for Team Falcons if they want to go for that chase. But they're safe. They're secured right now. I believe a top 12, even by the end of the week, is easy for them to be achieved. So let's see if that's something that they will be gearing away from, the activeness on each fight, or we might see more of a slowdown from Team Falcons.
You talked about Twisted Minds, and they are definitely going to be smiling because the next game is at Kalahari, and this is where Twisted Minds have really shown their capability. Those snipes out of the squad have been absolutely delicious. 64 total points picked up on Kalahari for the squad so far. A single booyah to their name, and the two teams that are behind them are EVOS as well as Onyx. Both teams are not in full-on, participation today. EVOS is still slacking off just like Falcons. But unlike Falcons, EVOS has barely done anything on the overall leaderboard so far. In fact, they're not even in the top 12 right now, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm real loving to see that some of the teams are moving up already on map-specific numbers or statistics. Yeah. So if EVO's Divine, if they wake up once again, and we're trying, we're slowly seeing some of those nudge as if they're about to sleep and then wake up suddenly from EVO's Divine. But unless they get eliminated early, and we have seen a lot of contenders who might be able to do so.
Yeah.
Has been targeted already. Team Falcons has been targeted already, and it seems like even the pride of Thailand is not that much anymore because there's so much of hunger coming from other teams and other regions as well.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, man. The dominance of Thailand is no longer a thing. In fact, it's a thing of the way past, long time in like the Paleolithic time. I don't know.
My era.
Not seen your era. We haven't really seen Buriram go all out just yet. But it's the kind of squad, just like Falcons, just like EVOS, who can get it done. In fact, I have to include Onyx into the statement, who can get it done when it truly matters. But is it going to matter here on Kalahari for teams that have a double snipe setup, for teams that are really getting flexible on those snipers as we get a super fair flight path cutting down from Old Hampton all the way down into Stone Ridge?
Now, I'm really looking forward to where BTR will be dropping because based on the setup that they have right now, Refinery would be the best situation. They don't want to have a lower ground because they don't have that much advantage. But BTR, I guess they're heading into Council Hall, far away from the rest of the squad, but a good target would be Falcon. And I think at this point, the title of the Falcon Slayer might be back. But before we go there, let's take a look at Shadow Esports, who's being put in the shadow by Anyone Can Dream, and that is a full-on squad wipe.
I mean, well, anyone can dream except Shadow Esports right now in this game. Shadow Esports in the top 12, but they are in a dangerous spot because this is the final day of play for the squad. And there are some pretty threatening squads down below who are capable of overtaking their position on the leaderboard fairly easily. Anyone Can Dream up against Aurora this time round. Ezreal on the drop takes Nokia out of the equation. Ezreal on fire. Can we see what Aurora is doing now to the Anyone Can Dream squad? Olive turning tails, getting the heck out of there. Aurora just put him on to the next one with the VSK. GG for ACD as Aurora shows up.
Yeah, I mean, Dream On might be a motivational song, but it seems like that is what is being thrown at Anyone Can Dream because they need to dream on if they want to challenge Aurora Gaming. And as a trade for 4 eliminations already being done, now we've seen a glimpse in Horizon for Evo's Divine. It's a good thing that they didn't jump in here, otherwise they might be the next contender who might take down Aurora Gaming and leave a few of the teams out in contention in the first 2 minutes.
If you say anyone can dream, then dream on, says Aurora. You know, anyone can dream. They are currently on their last run here for their matches as well because they are part of Group C. Aurora, on the other hand, just like our friendly neighborhood annihilators, Buriram United, have 16 games played so far, which means they've got a lot of matches to reach 24 and a lot of opportunities to pick up points. If they continue to play like that, it's going to be brilliant. But WAG up against Twisted Minds. The long-range engagement by PLS1. Car98 jump down on the ground. Exposi returns fire with the Winchester. On 7 on that revival onto Wang and Twisted Minds in a decent position to pick up a couple of more points off of WAG.
A quick flick being done by PLS1, but a quick flick has been returned by Exposi. But Tikui right now, AWG, pressurous headshot, but no takedown just yet, and Nan7 will be left alone. Diamond right now, almost going for the shot with a Car 98. It's a good thing the glue wall as well as the heal UAV will be here, but a 1v2 situation up close and personal without work, especially with Exposi on point. But the revive can be done on PLS1, but a sub can be occupied by the same team later on if they move that fast.
It can be. Let's see if they can get there in time. Evo's Divine Foundation. They've got a vending machine to mess around with here. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, under heavy fire. And Gao just not letting them go. WAG up against Buriram United Esports on the other hand. Might not fare well for WAG if they take this full-on battle. Wang Arm's gonna get caught out. Wasana. Easy one with the Drogon.
Yeah, I did mention the friendly neighborhood annihilator Buriram United, and we just witnessed them just swing as if they are swinging on a web. So not too friendly, but reference-wise, it seems too close. Aurora Gaming right now, in spite of losing some of the battle earlier, Gao right here, especially with Demons, would be a threat. But Riptide Rhythm doesn't work favoring Gao. It's more of Aurora took advantage of that, and some elimination being gathered by the Malaysian team.
I mean, this is a respectable run, and you gotta appreciate what Suez did there in that situation. Map awareness, compound awareness, knew how to play around those containers. M590 in hand, rotated around to save his buddies. Of course, they had the numbers advantage up against the Gao player all along. But Deanne pulling in the triple revival. Man is still super rich. Up against Onyx. Crime this time round. It's a 1v1. Gao can finish the Onyx player this time round. Jun finding death. Gao on a fight CQC VSK versus the Drogon. And Deanne does have the advantage here.
Yeah, advantage, but advantage that Crime would not be taken. And there you have it! The Drogon's grenade, unfortunately for them, doesn't damage that much, but it does put a damage and a little bit of surprise as well onto Crime. But here comes Dion with a hook gun, trying to move and navigate through those walls, through those ceilings. And Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses, but will Crime land those shots up close and personal? That answer is no, as Dion brings him down with the Drogon.
Yeah, I mean, Riptide Rhythm versus the Cryo Mine. Yeah, the Cryo Mine's currently in meta. It just prevented his opponent from picking up the glue wall. And now Heavy left with 2 more options here. Make that one as Mufasa gets annihilated. Don't cry. Looking for that vending machine, finds it. It's that one revival. And now goes for the hunt. Onto Hans as well. But Hans is quick on his feet. Ring around the rosy, straight to the vending machine. And Hans pulls off the revival onto the end before he loses his life. Great showing by both Heavy and Gao.
Just in time, but a couple of revives already on the ground. And Don't Cry take advantage of that fall from the sky. Riptide Rhythm, or Valiant Dash rather. Don't Cry being taken advantage of. But Heavy still have a couple of revives happening in Gao. Will take that compound of Old Hampton.
Man, oh man, what a heated battle in this lobby. The action just does not take a break. Speaking of not taking a break, Onyx is finding more for themselves. It's very respectable to these squads who are just able to survive for so long. EVOS now up against Bigatron by Vitality. Dix is gonna be the distraction as the rest of the players get away. Valiant Dash versus Valiant Dash. Dix gets away, drops A back. 1v2. Aim God about to be annihilated by Dix. What a play so far. Both of them with the Energizer. And now shots from the back. Aim God being barricaded, helped out by one of his team members. And now the glue wall battle. Grenade's gonna get bounced off. Aim God will quickly reposition with the hook gun, and now Diggs in a lot of trouble out in the open.
Well, as you know, as this is happening on this side with BTR involved, another player, or a few players of BTR is dealing with Team Falcons and annihilating them. Now, let's see if that battle continues. Joe Will with Car 98 takes down Joe Will, takes down Coach Hill, and Evo Divine. Quick revival before they regroup, but the lightning zone is stopping them from moving. So let's see if they can get away and not give advantage for BTR, but the A-backs right now being chased by Koja. An opportunity that Aim God will be taken.
Well, the civil battle between EVOS and Megatron by Vitality, both drawing blood from each other. Aim God will be instantly revived, all thanks to the vending machine that they're camping on. And now lightning zone by the EVOS player A-back, trying to keep the players of Megatron by Vitality back. That's not going to work out. A-backs with a Thompson in hand has got a great rate of fire, and the damage and the backup from Rasia from afar. EVOS Divine trying to cap the players of Bigatron by Vitality. Almost saved A-backs in that situation, and Bigatron by Vitality gets spent early.
Bigatron by Vitality doesn't look too big in that situation. And they were Smaller-tron at that point.
Smaller-tron compared to the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. EVOS Divine has been slowing down, and from that situation, you know for a fact that they are intentionally not putting up that much of a fight. And when needed, especially now that they're closer to getting the top 12, they're slowly moving up and getting numbers. Coach Hill needs to be revived right now, but that doesn't slow down EVOS Divine in taking down Gao for a moment. But they will need to move to the next phase, because the next phase, or the third phase, will be showing up in a bit.
Let's see what they get to pull away from this one. As we set this up for WAG, the circles just squeezing everyone in. Onyx Olympus beside WAG. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge here. Dinoculus used by the WAG players, scanning out Onyx Olympus. Adams right behind. WAG looking to reposition right between the Onyx players. This does not look good for position. And if Adam gets caught out early, Onyx Olympus can very easily pull the revival off of the command post play. WAG so low in that situation. Adam could have taken advantage, but just not enough manpower on the side of Onyx to punish WAG. And we'll call a truce for now in the battle between these two squads.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand the aviation coming from both Onyx and WAG right now, why they're running away, because the next phase of the circle has shown up already far away from them, and they need to get real state early as this, because we're still dealing with 8 teams in a 10.5 minute mark. If they can take this compound, or probably somewhere near in the next phase, or in the middle of the next phase, then that clears their way to get into the final circle. But how will they work on it? Like, if you have the sub being taken by Twisted Mind like this, there's no much cover that would help you survive if you get gunned down by the snipes.
Absolutely, man. And Buriram versus WAG. Not good for the Vietnamese squad. How do they get out of this pickle? Grenade's not going to find the connection. Mochi on the flank from the right. He's got the VSK in hand. Looking for T-Kui. Jonah cooking up that nade. Ice Grenade will not find the connection onto Wasana, and the electrotherapy is there. Nan7 gets tagged up. Valiant Dash from Wasana. Looks for PLS1 and finds the big one. Wang M dropped as well. And now the finisher coming on through. Nan7 up against Turner. Turner backs away. It's a 2v1. Wasana and Turner turning on Nan at the same time. And WAG getting obliterated by Buriram, who is on form.
I'm really loving that position being taken by Buriram United. The split, the 2-2 split that they have is meant to cut through the players of WAG, isolating them, and then they split up. Especially with the God Nade coming from Jonah, that prompts them to push even harder, and WAG cannot do anything about that. And you can see the position of Buriram United. No contention on that edge of the circle. A few compounds to work with, and only the next team to deal with is Onyx Olympus. And I don't think they will be active at that point because they're in the middle of the next phase.
2 players on the side of Buriram already on the Penta elimination. And now the setup of battle between Aurora and Heavy. Both of them inside this next circle. So movements may not be required off of these squads just yet as we try to spot the next circle, and it looks like they are not going to be moving for quite a little bit.
No moving at all. They won't be breathing at all because they have Heavy and Aurora quite close to each other, so they might smell what each team is cooking right now. But you know what's cooking? It's on the other side. A lightning zone has been triggered, and I think Onyx Olympus would be in a fight if in case they moved in on to this compound. But it's a good thing that Twisted Mind Go right now will be up close or too close to each other that they can eliminate at least one. Gives an opening for the rest of the squad. The Bass a little bit too aggressive though with no backup.
Oh man, the Bass literally Valiant dashing out of the danger zone. Gao almost caught him, but the Bass right in again. Makes a big mistake. The Max 7 punishes him immediately. Diamond comes from the back and the M590 finds the revenge instantly, but Gao has the advantage here. Now 3 players on the hunt to look for Diamond, but Diamond instant pickup on the Best. Definitely he's rocking the Diva on him. Diamond on the hunt. Demon caught by the M590, and Twisted Minds have taken over the steering wheel once again. And Gao, they had the advantage, but very quickly dropping it. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defenses, and Dian annihilated before he can get away.
Another perfect play coming from another team from Thailand. And that survivability, the prioritization of getting that pickup would be crucial for that win, especially with Exposé on high ground. Overwatch, they're giving out the information while it's happening, telling them that no one is close enough, so you can go ahead for the pickup. And the moment it happens, they heal up, and they just played with the glue wall, making sure that Gao will be caught off guard on the rotate, and Exposé just deals with the damage.
Absolutely, man. The grand finals champion rush for FFWS Pakistan Spring is going to be kicking off in a little bit. I'm very sure the Pakistani fans are going to be very excited to find out exactly who's going to be the champion of Pakistan, who's going to go and represent the region at the Esports World Cup.
But don't leave our chat. You can watch both. You can watch both. Don't leave our chat. We still love you. And despite of that happening on this side, there's more to see in Southeast Asian side as well.
It's Grand Final 7. I don't know. But yeah, I do agree with Neptune. Drop by here sometimes when they're on the break. That's all right. Onyx Olympus trying to get away. And what a Nate M79 play off of the Aurora player. Alan, don't cry. Mufasa all being annihilated. And this is Aurora at their best. The Malaysian squad looking to annihilate, and the final player on the side of Heavy gets away. Seed1 finds the connection onto AVAX. This is Heavy looking for the players on the side of EVOS, and they can't survive. Aurora will not be baited in as they back away. Lightning zone called upon by the players of Buriram, most potentially here. Putra caught in a tight little spot as Adam and Zyro get spent. Turner looking for Putra, and he drops him. Onyx Olympus getting obliterated as Buriram wakes up.
Buriram United only have 3 players. They lost Moshi in battle. Aurora, though, they might be able to go for the pickup, but this mine is making it difficult for that to happen. Glue Wall saves him, but the zone is closing in. And Azrael right now would be the next target. They go in for the push, and Glue Wall Melter might stop them from moving in, and it just has been cleared without even a Riptide Rhythm being thrown. But Aurora Gaming is not out just yet. And a potential takedown, or make that a confirmed takedown by Suez. With 3rd elimination, is still a 4-man strong team.
Holy mama, what a play by Aurora so far. Definitely looking like the best Malaysian squad out there right here, right now. In fact, it's throughout the whole spring. FFWSC Spring definitely has some great promise of the Malaysians this time round, but one after the other they get spent. Diamond with a car 98 finds Jun, finds Ezreal. Diamond on fire. Zuaz could not make any sort of disruption come on through here to save the squad, and this puts EVOS in a 4v4 up against Twisted Minds for the Booyah.
Ring around Rosie happening right now. Twisted Mind a little bit too close, and Lassie has been taken advantage of. No one's guarding the back. Now EVOS in mind, 3-man strong, 3v4 situation. They need to put up those blue walls, make sure that it's not broken. But Aim God tries to go for the Valiant Dash, but unfortunately it doesn't catch them. But Diamond has been knocked down, evening it up. But Apex would be taken down. The combination of the boss and jump right here, putting so much pressure, and Twisted Mind grabs the Booyah, still taking #1 spot in Kalahari.
Damn, bro, that was a great circle played by the Twisted Mind squad. Ring around the Rosie, played to perfection. You gotta respect that out of the players. Bass and Jump went straight in there for the critical strike. And who did they rush for? They looked for the sniper of the squad. They took Rasia out. They found Apex right after. And thanks to the Riptide rhythm from Exposy from afar, they managed to make quick work of the final player as well. Twisted Minds, as usual, showing what they can do out there. They are at the very top of the leaderboard right now, Neptune. But that's only because they've played a total of 23 games. But even that being said, definitely one of the dominators of Spring from the early get-go this time round.
Yeah, I believe with that elimination, a number of elimination as well, they will be the first team to hit double century in terms of elimination. So I'm loving this aggression coming from Twisted Mind. This is what we love the first time we saw them play before they were Twisted Mind. And hopefully this carries on not only in the knockout stage, not only in these 3 phases, but also on the point rush as well as grand finals. And if they bring it on to EWC, I think a lot of regions would be in trouble.
Yeah, as far as Group C is concerned, I think Twisted Minds has managed to dominate Group C, right? Because Falcons, who are right behind them, they are a long, long way behind the one and only Twisted Mind squad. Impressive that both are from Thailand. Impressive that Thailand still dominates, even though we've got so much of these other countries just waking up. Indonesia has definitely woken up. You see Malaysia through Aurora waking up little by little as well. But the domination out of Thailand for Group C, just showing everyone that they're not here to slack off just yet. There's still a very competitive region that's in contention. Onyx Olympus waking up in the fight as well. But again, they're not going to be able to overtake Twisted Minds after what they have done so far in their run here at the group stage.
Let's see it out. I mean, it's really tough to go against Twisted Mind right now in current state of things. But it's because of the Bass as well. Because the number of elimination the guy has brought in just exceeded expectation compared to the others. I mean, we see the like Wasana from Bermuda United, who's not popping off that much. I don't know. Probably he misses Get High. And Terna is not just turning on the Wasana buff just yet. But the Bass, from the get-go, he's getting so much. 65 out of the 200-plus elimination that he has brought in is just a lot. I think that's 30%. Of the elimination just coming from this guy.
The Bass having 65 eliminations on him just shows us that these guys are on to lock it in, right? The Bass is one of the newer players who have jumped on into the squad. We still have got Jump, we've got Exposy, we've got Diamond. They do pick up decent numbers here for themselves. What I'm surprised about is Exposy not taking advantage of this sniper meta, Neptune. I would have expected the sniper of the squad to be, you know, even if not leading with the number of eliminations, to at least be leading through the damage, but that's actually being picked up by Diamond at the moment. But either way, I think Twisted Minds are definitely on one of their best runs that they have ever been on. And obviously we are expecting to see this from Phase 2 as well, but I don't know if that is guaranteed for us.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of hopes coming from the team to see what this team can bring in. But you did mention the damage being dealt with by Diamond. And this adds more to that. 3k on the damage with 6 elimination, and he's not even getting in a CQC reign. Like Car 98, well, I guess it's given because we're talking about Kalahari right now. But when we look at the rest of the squad, Evo's Divine, well, no doubt that Evo's Divine needs to, or they need to eliminate Rasya from that fight. He was leading elimination part, and they just secured that Booyah because he was taken out first.
Yeah, dude, you can say that again. I think Twisted Minds had the perfect strategy in that battle. They observed, they spotted which was the player that was the furthest away from the group, identified that this could be the sniper of the squad, rushed in with 2 of their rushes, Jump as well as the Bass, with the Zane and Oscar. Dude, that's a deadly combination of active skills with the Extreme Encounter as well as the Valiant Dash. Obviously, Rasya stood no chance. Even though he's one of the CQC sniper specialists, they just could not pull that off. Diamond and Exposi, on the other hand, this is where I've got the questions up, right? Skylar not doing too well on the eliminations so far in this group stage run for Exposi. Although that being said, as a squad, they're doing great.
Yeah, exactly. You know why the Jump is doing great as well? Because his Zane has lost the shades. So he can see he can see enough and clear enough of the opponents as they rush in. But jokes aside, let's take a look at the numbers right here. Well, Diamond with 6 elimination. What follows through is the 4 elimination from both Exposé as well as Jump. And the Baz, well, despite of how the showing is coming from this guy, he got the lesser elimination from that match.
Yeah, it's not about the numbers. Sometimes it's all about the impact of the elimination. And I feel like if the Bass did not jump in there, together with Jump, pun intended, to take Rasya out, I think they would have been cooked by Evo's Divine in that circle. But great play from Twisted Minds, Evo's Divine at the end. It was a brilliant round from them. And I have to say once again, Aurora Gaming. Count me impressed by Malaysia once again. This is the return. At one point, we thought it was Expand, and Expand was just on that consistent run. And then the squad kind of broke down, broke apart. But this is that revival and that comeback from some of those players who were definitely on that main roster of Expand. We can kind of see exactly where this magic that was lost for a while, it's coming back. We just want to see consistency out of the Malaysian squad. Hopefully we get that by the time we get to the grand finals. Buriram United Esports just could not get it done this time round, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, especially with how it ended, with the position that they've gotten as well. They were far away with only a few compounds to work with. I thought that was clear enough, but Onyx Olympus was blocking them. The moment that they went in for the engagement, they were the target of a lot of teams.
Yeah.
But this is what I want to point out. You did mention Aurora Gaming. Now they're third for today's game without getting any Booyah. So if they did manage to get a Booyah, take a lead, they will take a lead against Buriram United as well as BTR. It's a good start coming from team. Great motivation for them.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Aurora. 1 Booyah to wrap the day up. And you know what? This 1 Booyah could just very much guarantee them that #1 spot of the team of the day, get them the extra 250 USD bonus that they're definitely well deserving of after this phenomenal run. 54 eliminations to match up to Purgatory by Vitality on the same exact standing of Buriram United Esports, who have got 1 Booyah advantage up against them. I think Aurora is on a tear today.
Let's see though. I mean, I'm excited to see which map they will be playing on, because that gives us a little bit of insight on where, what advantage they have right now. But let's take a peek of the overall standings. Again, we've seen the 200 elimination points coming from Twisted Mind already. With that alone, it's difficult for Team Falcons to catch up. So no wonder they're not doing that much, because they consider it easy, and they can still maintain that second or third. But you can see Onyx Olympus move up as well, map after map. So I don't think the pressure is being felt by Team Falcons, but it's okay. It's still the first 2 weeks of this tournament. But AJ, I guess we're ready to see which map they're playing on right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Map selector time, baby. It's the randomizer being whipped out to decide exactly who gets the advantage. If we get Bermuda, if we get Purgatory, obviously the teams that kind of started off a little hot today. Purgatory by Vitality would smile a little bit. You know for a fact Onyx Olympus will smile a little bit. That's the advantage for Indonesia, but it's next Terra as we hit the rewind where Buriram started the day with a booyah. Maybe we end the day with a Buriram booyah.
Oh, let's see now. I mean, this is getting excited, and I want to see Aurora Gaming take that booyah as well, though they were a little bit shy in getting those numbers in, especially when we're talking about this map. But with how they're approaching, I think they just need to outsmart their opponents, especially Bermuda United, and they might be able to eliminate them, if not land in the final circle with that team. But a lot of potential outcomes might happen right here because we're still dealing with a few more Titans in this map.
Yeah, no doubt at all. We're definitely dealing with a few Titans out here, Neptune. We've seen them in play already. Today, Bigatron by Vitality has definitely been on fire, but they are not the only competition that we have to worry about, right? We also have Heavy on the quick improvement. Vietnam has been doing decent today. In fact, WAG is the poorest performing Vietnamese squad today. Can you believe it? I am just... I'm a little confused, man. Vietnam's doing that thing again that I don't like. The inconsistency is creeping up. I hope we don't see this in phase 2, my friend.
I mean, definitely we don't want to see that in phase 2. What we want to see is teams improving, the consistent improvement of a team. Well, let's see if that would happen. Once again, looking at the top 3 teams in Nextera, Team Falcons is there with no booyah. Bermuda United, we've just witnessed a booyah coming from them. And AG Global, who will not be playing. And who's up next in leaderboard? When we look at this team, it's ACD, who will be followed by Aurora Gaming. So there's still hope, despite of how far they are at number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the Nextera performance, you're looking at teams like Falcons, Buriram, Twisted Minds, ACD's there as well. You did mention ACD, Aurora. These 2 Malaysian squads are right behind the Thai squads. But what Aurora has above ACD is the momentum. They have had a great run in here so far. Aurora's not too bad on Nextera, so I'm not very nervous for them. I am perhaps a little concerned about their rotation. Engagement-wise, I think Aurora has been very impressive. Getting into that final circle consistently and contending for the booyah has been one of the bigger challenges here for Aurora. They need to figure out exactly how to sort this puzzle piece out in their run towards phase 2, towards the Esports World Cup. If they can find this fix, I think we've got a champion on our hands here out of Malaysia, bruh.
Well, let's see though if that would be fixed right now, because we are set. We are stepping into the future to find out what's next for this team. And there's no terror that can be brought other than next Terra. So let's head into flight right now as we clear the flight path and we step into this final map of today.
The next Terra could just be the Bigatron boys looking for their 3rd booyah of the day. Bigatron by Vitality. The team that is stuck with Buriram as well as Aurora inside a Group A who are battling for supremacy out here today. But of course, the one great big advantage that Group A has is they are a clean run away from teams like Twisted Minds, Falcons, and Onyx Olympus when it comes to the number of matches played so far, Neptune.
Let's see now. Hopefully they take that for an advantage. But speaking of advantage, Heavy right now dropping into ACD, and I don't think they have the advantage because they're split up a little too thin compared to the other teams who stack up against each other, especially if they know that they have loots in front of them. Siege 1 up close and personal takes! Caught off guard! No contention from the opponents from the other side. But Alan right now being challenged by 2 up close and 1 from afar. Will he be able to survive the MP40? The answer is no.
Oh, 1 for 1 here. Heavy needs to get the heck out of there because anyone can dream is within the compound as well. Leave Bigatron by Vitality to deal with ACD. If you're Heavy, you don't want any bit of this heat, Nep.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to deal with the heat. Heavy right now, well, I mean, it is equalized in terms of numbers, but it's the position that they need to worry about. Thus, Don't Cry is not firing at anyone that he spots. On the other side, though, Team Falcons dealing with Onyx Olympus. It's 3 for 1 right now. with Zyro no backup at all. So if Crime is smart enough, he pulls away right here, save up on a coin, but Putra might be a little bit too close on fire, and that can be the distraction that can save Zyro up close and personal. Tina! And there goes the Valiant Dash, and Zyro would be eliminated, but On Fire needs to be picked up as well because surprise coming from Putra onto the other side. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Putra right now almost being taken out. In between those glue walls, he could have been down already, but Living X7 say hello to my AC80, and Adam would be next. This might be it for Onyx Olympus, and Team Falcons get their third elimination in Mortar Ruins.
You gotta love the heat. And now, Lightning Zone called by the Malaysian squad. Aurora looking for the White Tigers. He was divine. Jun, opportunity. And he just unfortunately does not have the right gun at the right time. The one in the vehicle gets away.
Oh!
Jun on the other hand, gun doesn't work. The nade perfectly gets him that elimination. Aim God with the VSK, missing Jun on the double shot. Doesn't look like the usual Aim God play. And here comes Aurora for the finisher. Can they catch up with the EVOS players who are desperately trying to get away? On the other side, we've got a civil war between Gao and WAG.
Gao right now losing out a couple of players, and Dion, which is sneakily hiding through. Long M, if he turns that corner, he will be spotted, and there you have it. Max 7 from both sides with a backup that Gao doesn't have is an advantage that WAG has, and they will be eliminated at 12. Back to the lobby they go. They will be resting a little bit too early for today.
Unfortunate for Gao. Not a great run here in performance. 20 placement points before we started this game. 32 total eliminations. They're going to fall a little bit back because EVOS not too far away from them. Anyone can dream though. Still needs to pick up quite a number of massive points to catch up with Gao. So 7th or 8th spot for Gao by the end of the day. Aim God. Grenade. Double on the play. Zuez laying out the landmine as well as he rotates away. Shadow Esports, do they get trapped?
Let's see now, Shadow Esports jumping in. And I thought it's Evo's Divine right here is putting pressure on Aurora Gaming. But AimGod is just being quiet, trying to survive, but shot from Aurora. And Suez take advantage of that timing when we thought that Shadow Esports could have saved him in that specific time. As Shadow Esports spread out, still haven't caught any of the Aurora Gaming, and a Valiant Dash plus a follow-up coming from June would be the saving grace for Aurora.
Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses here at the vending machine, making sure nobody's there. Shadow Esports showing up at the right time here. Chilzy will find the first one. Shinzi finds the second, and 2 players capped from the side of Aurora. 6 eliminations in. They have to continue picking up the numbers here as they look for the recovery. EVOS Divine up against Falcons on the other hand is not a engagement we can expect to see in a full-on battle, as EVOS Divine very slowly but carefully repositions after they lose AVAX.
Let's see now if they can hold this fort. But for Borem United, from that zip line, they might be heading into WAG. Shots already heard, but a little bit too close though for Wasana and Tema. Let's see, Moshi almost taken down. Half an HP or a few HP remaining, and they don't know where that's coming from. I guess it's PLS1. But here comes that Lightning Zone, forcing Borem United not to move away from the compound. And will WAG take advantage of this position to go against BRU?
Absolutely, man. They have to. WAG don't. Oh, beautiful boost with those glue walls up to the top. The stairway to not the heaven, but this roof. As WAG holds on to a great high ground advantage. Lightning Zone called by the WAG players, hence the little bit of extra confidence here. Nice ice grenade toss towards Jonah, tagging up those players. They have to be careful because Bigatron by Vitality probably trying to get up to a high ground as well, and WAG might just end up in their crosshairs.
Let's see now, crosshairs is easy enough. It's pulling the trigger that is delayed.
Oh yeah.
And That's the timing that they need to work on. But there goes Cryomine and the Valiant Dash that follows through, but unfortunately no glue wall as well as no opponent that been caught. And as quickly as that Bermuda United moves in on the inside, WAG will be caught off guard. They need to pull out. A vehicle will be used right now as a little bit of distraction. Wang Endo will be left behind, but the shots from Wasana with AC-80 doesn't save them.
Yeah, Buriram going crazy there. Onyx Olympus with the instantaneous revivals coming on through. Buriram looking for more WAG plays. Wang Am out in the open. Great glue wall, double on the triple. Protecting himself as he quickly repositions, looking for the vending machine. Kiku is not going to be saved here. The damage has been done by Buriram. And now, zipline. The circle's the other way, Buriram.
Let's see if they can play it similar to what we've seen earlier. Remember in Next Era, they pull away from the rest of the squad. I don't know what his plan is. If they're getting the coins or getting like making sure that they get those vending machine on a challenge, and then that's where they fortify all their resources. Then get back into play, get a better position. And with 11 teams, that's a good start for them. No contention, no chance of being third party, and they have an open view of the final circle.
Open view indeed. Heavy, Twin Bridge, doing the same thing as Buriram, just circling outside the zone. I'm too concerned about the damage output here by the circle. Sairu on the boost, managing to drive past Heavy, but not managing to save the vehicle that he was in. Gets tagged up by the Moko as well. And look at that Cryo Mine travel the battlefield. Tagging him up as well. Allen going in for the finisher. The player with the Cryo Mine on the toss, but Mufasa from afar with the LMG knocks him down to the ground.
M24, M249 rather. And it's a good start if you have an LMG in here, like saving those glue wall melters or any skill. But speaking of save, there's no saving Twisted Mind from being eliminated in the fight. And Team Falcon's the one who's rocking the board right now with the 12th elimination after dealing with Aurora Gaming. So all hopes for those Booyahs is now down the drain as we are still left with 9 teams. But how can you challenge Team Falcons if they're showing up in their prime right now?
This is really solid, man. I mean, Falcons in their prime. Anyone can dream, still alive. That's a great big blessing. But Falcons, just one of those squads, when they choose to wake up, they can. 12 eliminations is nothing for this team that's on fire. Traps got tagged earlier. The moment they smell blood, they want to taste it too. They're going in here for the finisher.
Let's see. Limit 7 M82B action. No glue wall is stopping him. And he doesn't need an Iris to put in so much of that. Not even a Riptide Rhythm is being laid out. It's more off information as well as a backup coming from the rest of the squad. And Team Falcons is raking in all those elimination right now. And AZD is the unsuspecting target.
I mean, that was just a little bit of a boo-boo there in those shots off of Limit. But it's okay. Everyone can make a mistake once in a while. Limit has got that M82B AWM on the flip. This time does not miss the aim onto Faiz. Faiz annihilated and anyone can dream. At the same time, they can also sleep, says Limit.
Let's see if they can sleep. Because they will be dreaming right now. Resting it a little bit early, being eliminated on the 9th place. Evo Zavino, a little bit too slow. Might be challenged by their countrymen, BTR, but who's jumping into the fray? WAG just next door, and it is being witnessed not only by Shadow Esports, but also Team Falcons is jumping in next to them.
Solid play here, WAG. Quickly weaseling their way out the moment they notice Bigatron by Vitality and Evo's there. Decent reposition, but there's just so far they can go. There is a vending machine, though, that they could try to navigate towards, but they also know that that's going to be the prime zone. Everybody's going to be looking for the rotation on. WAG wants these points, Neptune.
Let's see if they can grab those points, if they can get that position. But I mean, compared to the compound that they're holding right now, Boxing Gym is quite spread out, and anyone can drop in on either side of that area. Vending machine would be an easy target to get all to take advantage if in case anyone would be dropping in for the revive. But do you have enough cover? That is a question. If you're deciding to relocating in that position compared to what WAG has been holding right now, only a few openings to deal with, and they are guarding it well.
Eliminate 7-5 eliminations in hand already. Falcons with a total of 16. A great run for the EWC 24 champs. They had a historic run, and it all started off with a victory here on FFWS C Spring 2024 net.
See if they can maintain that prestige right now. 16 elimination can easily be 20 in a bit. I think they're chasing for the target as well. 25 elimination is the highest that we have in one specific match that is still being held by Buriram United. But Keroro almost being taken down. Blue closing in! What a move coming from Pina! Didn't expect them coming from that, using that vehicle right now. But as the blue closes in, the damage will be dealt not only on Heavy but also on Team Falcons. But they are ahead in terms of rotation, leaving Heavy in open ground if in case they move out.
This is slowly boiling into chaos zone as the circle starts to squeeze these squads in together. Heavy versus Falcons. Shadow Esports can take advantage of the situation right here, right now. Oh! Do we see it? Yes, we do! Here comes Rin. Here comes one. One for two! As Rin gets a triple of the M590. Falcons being obliterated by Shadow Esports. Heavy's gonna get eaten up too. Shadow Esports waking up. Right time, right place, right move.
Our shadows into the light. And they have decimated two teams at once. Now, the challenge is here. Brim United, who's jumping in close to them. They do have a ridge to work with, as well as a compound. Glue walls, perfect timing. Get away from being thrown all those nades. And Jonah was just cooking. But I guess it is a little bit uncooked right now. He won't be able to throw anything unless they break down those glue walls.
Yeah, you can say that again. Buriram United Esports now up against Shadow potentially in this next bout. Both of them will be looking for the circle at the same time. If Onyx gets involved on the rotation towards Shadow, this could be a GGWP for the Indonesian squad. It's all about the timing here. As the circle starts squeezing everybody in, somebody needs to make the first move. Buriram wanting it to be Shadow.
Oh. Let's see if they can bring that to Shadow. Evo's Divine, on the other hand, good chance, good opportunity to go for the flank against WAG. But no, they're taking rooftop, making sure that they're not in clear sight of WAG. But a great opening right here on the side of WAG if in case they use any skills to speed up. Valiant Dash, Rebel Rush, but no. They are not working with that just yet. And the battle is happening on the other side where BTR is beating down on Onyx Olympus, especially with the God Nade on that initiation.
Absolutely. Shadow Esports. What a play so far. Alive and kicking as EVOS gets expanded. Out in 6th. And now setting it up for Shadows to slowly start circling around. Buriram picking up most of the players here that they can spot out. And Shadow hoping and praying they are not one of them. They spot Buriram and they say, hasta la vista, we are out of here.
Oh, let's see. 4 teams remaining. 4 players from each. And BTR, Shadow Esports, can start it off hot right now. But a shift is favoring WAG. If they move fast, then that's when the advantage comes in. But no, BTR jumps in first. Unfortunate, Joel has been tagged and eliminated. But the opening is still on their side. Here comes Buriram United, and you know how it is when it comes to the high ground. They will take advantage of that to get all those knocks in. Moshi was able to squeeze himself, but no, it's just to block off the stairs with a glue wall. Great run coming from Buriram United to secure that rooftop.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And this is big run by Vitality, playing this smart as well. Not the rooftop, which keeps them out in the open, but in a decent spot where they can play the timing, wait out this battle, allow WAG, Shadow, and Buriram to snuff each other out before they get involved in the battle. as they go for their third booyah of this day. Bigatron by Vitality playing for the big one, and this is not even their final day of play. So I'll say they are on a fantastic run right now for Indonesia.
Oh, let's see now. Let's see. A little bit slow down right now, but everyone is forced into this specific area. Indonesia, or at least one of the teams, wow, hopefully both teams survive this, then they can take advantage of that position and bring down WAG. But no, Bermuda United is just putting them at bay. WAG, I don't think they will be leaving that easily. 10 seconds ago or 8 seconds ago, before this phase shrinks, and it forced everyone out in the open. Who has more glue walls, who has more medkits, might be the winner in the fight.
Absolutely. This is just turning out to be a standstill here. Cryo Mine, courtesy of WAG. Plushy will be taken out. It marks one player, but it's not gonna... Oh, great glue wall. Bounces. The nade away. Ice grenade from the side of Shadow Esports is not avoidable though. Monster truck called out now. What? Double. Ice grenade. Double Riptide Rhythm being sent away of Shadow Esports. Distraction. Now everybody focusing fire on Shadow Esports. They've got a boulder to make good work of here, and they need to throw every single glue wall out. Bigatron by Vitality tried to cross the road. Why did Bigatron cross the road? Because they thought they could find points. They find none though.
Oh, they found none and lost to Koja and Chibank. Need to be careful right now because WAG has already kept their distance. One will be taken down, and Bermuda is still putting a lot of pressure. But the worst thing is the pickup is not being done on BRU just yet. But it's a good thing that they still have some glue walls to work with and some players that's still left on a high ground. Deadly Bermuda United in this position. Even WAG, despite of them going for the knockdown, I don't think they can bring down BRU just yet unless they push for that high ground.
It was right here on this map that Buriram started off the day with a booyah. It is right here where Buriram is aiming for the booyah once again. Bigatron by Vitality crossed the road, made a big mistake. WAG now in the hands of Koja being obliterated, and the timing was on with a valiant dash, pushing PLS1 out of play. Nan7 now being caught inside of his own glue wall maze. Koja and Sibang staying out of the battle. Moshi and Jonah inside the circle. Wasana breaks down the defenses once again with a valiant dash, hops right back in, but Bigatron by Vitality have barricaded Buriram outside, and Sibang with jumps on in, gets this shot annihilated, and Wasana waiting for the cooldown on the valiant dash. But one final medkit play off of the Buriram players get them the final booyah of the day.
Buriram United, despite of being knocked down, I guess, I don't know. I mean, they might have a little bit under their bag so that they were not eliminated out of that game. Horizon, the time of Horizon have yet to make a comeback, and I guess that's what's saving whatever they did. But I love the gameplay coming from BTR. They could have won that, especially with that multiple glue wall stairs, and then the medic, the super medic gameplay, just not to be shot by Bermuda United.
I mean, when you are a player like Turner, you got to figure out how do you impress the world when you join a squad that's already so impressive, right? Everybody's going to outshine you. But Turner's like, no. There's a good reason why I made it to this squad. He just gifted the team the booyah in that circumstance by being that final survivor. The stairway to heaven definitely helped him to get to a safe spot, high ground on the medkit play, just patching himself up time and time again. But Wasana, I think one of the biggest highlights of that valiant dash that he played off of the team there, waiting for the cooldown in those final moments as they were barricaded out by the Bigatron by Vitality players. Big brain play, I'll say. If your opponents have got their valiant dash on cooldown, that Oscar was unusable. Man had to wait outside the glue wall for a little while before smashing it. But it's crazy because the timing, the cooldown on that valiant dash is quite manageable now, even in a tense situation like that, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. And if Sibank didn't jump off a little bit too premature, he might have survived helping his teammates. And then that strategy that's being brought in by Wasana would be thrown off. And the timing would be thrown off. So It's just things happening favoring Bermuda United's play, and still, I mean, they have the numbers to work with. So Bermuda United surely have that in the bag, but we didn't expect that to end just because of the circle. So props on both of the teams managed to survive that final onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, that was a deadly zone for sure. I think it needed a lot of skill. It needed a lot of strategy to survive. Props to Shadow Esports. I think we were looking for some recovery play off of them. They managed to find it finally, but unfortunately it's towards the very end of the day, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, that was the very final game that Shadow Esports would play for their group stage run. Before we kind of hash out the top 18, they don't get to play anymore because tomorrow, the final day of our group stage, we get to see the other teams play, and Shadow Esports hasn't really put up a lot of points to stay inside the top 12, so that's a little bit of a tough one, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're bringing out a few of those fights in. We can see that they're trying to survive. They're putting in a lot of effort in eliminating their opponents, and even if they get pushed down out of 12, come phase 2, there's still a fighting chance for them to reach a top 6 or top 2 for each day, so that they can head into point rush. And that's where the trouble begins. If you get tired and everything of your tactics shows before you get into the phase 3, or before you get into phase 3, wherein there's more chances of you getting into the point rush, then that will bring you out of contention for the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about that at all, right? I think strategy and consistency definitely can book you a spot in the grand finals. Phase 1 is very kind. Phase 1 has allowed the squads to experiment, to go out there, make some mistakes. Phase 2, when it comes on through, no more rooms for mistakes, right? We do have a couple of opportunities within week 3 for early qualifier to point rush, but there are limited spots indeed. Only 12 teams get to make it through. We will have to slice away the bottom 6. But thankfully, that is not done until we get to the end of week number 4.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to who's taking it by tomorrow, because that's where we start off that storyline. Because 3 phases in the knockout stage before we get into the end of week number 4, before we head into the grand finals as well. But all those talks aside, we're seeing great engagement right now. A lot of highlights that we've seen from the team. And even the top dogs at some point were challenged in situations wherein we thought that they're the ones who's going to wreck everyone else, other than the final moment. Where in Bermuda United, BTR, they're considered top dogs already in this competition.
It's crazy because I thought Aurora would stand a chance to make it to the top this time around. They did manage to claim some extra points here, but unfortunate, right? No booyahs at all. And again, this is what I expect Aurora to fix in the very, very near future, because if they do, they're definitely one of the big contenders here in Southeast Asia once again. Because today, Buriram and Bigatron by Vitality have managed to outplay them for sure. And speaking of Buriram, Moshi with the MVP here. 3 eliminations, 3,359 on the damage. Rocking the VSS this time.
I mean, quite surprising. It's not a mistake, because we've seen a lot of VSS gameplay, especially coming from snipers, where in distance is a more favoring them, and this is a weapon that has this great distance, great accuracy, as well as a decent amount of fire rate compared to those other SMGs. But looking at the top elimination, it's Team Falcons taking reign out there. 15 elimination just on the board of top 5, followed by Sibank and then Rin from Shadow Esports.
What is going on here? Falcons, throughout the whole day, have barely played a decent game, right? And then on this final match, Falcons just went absolutely ballistic. How many eliminations in total? We don't know just yet. We'll check it out in a little bit. Let's look at the active-passive lineup here. They've only got a solid sniper lineup in Skylar, Moshi. Apart from that, it is a decently set up aggressive battle outfit. The A124 with a thrill of battle to initiate those engagements. They've got the Oscar. They've dropped the Narrow this time round, but the Valiant Dash out of Asana, definitely a well-suited skill for their Russia, especially when he's being backed up by that electrotherapy that Turner brought in.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Survive builds towards the end, and they can utilize that A124 to deny deny any movement coming from the team. If you have a Valiant Dash, if you pull up a bunch of glue walls to defend yourself, you have the Valiant Dash from the opponent that can be stopped in a couple or a few seconds, and that's advantage already for Buriram United. So smart move in bringing that A124. We seldom see that, but there's a lot of teams that taking advantage of that because of how it disables or how other skills are being enabled towards final circles.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that again, man. It was a brilliant play out of Buriram, but Falcons, 17 eliminations, just not pulling any stops this time around, but just got annihilated because the aggression was a tad bit too much towards the very end. And obviously, in a lobby like this, you always have to watch your backs, right? Falcons just couldn't do it this time around. Bigatron by Vitality, the consistency is mind-blowing, picking up 20 points this time in this matchup. And Shadow Esports alongside WAG with the recovery play finally now.
Yeah, well, I really love the recovery being done right here, but is it enough? Especially for those teams who are ending their reign in this first week as we look in the overall standings. Again, let us point out those in Group C already. So Twisted Mind Team Falcons has completed their 24 matches. Same goes with Onyx Olympus, and they're part of the top 5. Anyone can dream on 8th spot right now has also ended their day or their phase 1 run. The same goes with Shadow Esports, and the unfortunate team who wasn't able to cross over in 12th spot is Evo Divine, who also completed 24 matches. But again, there's no questioning that they can put themselves or bring themselves to EWC even if they don't perform.
Yeah, that I most definitely can agree with you. At the end of the day, this is phase 1, so mistakes are definitely forgivable. But as far as today's standing goes, Aurora does not get the 250 extra bonus, baby. Buriram United Esports, they rip it away again. 108 points, beating Bigatron by Vitality by just a single point at the very top. Lesser when it comes to the eliminations, but a little bit more consistent when it comes to the placement points. Starting and ending the day with a booyah is Buriram.
Yeah, I mean, if the booyah was not grabbed by Buriram United in that final moment, they were title elimination, so it's still BTR who could have taken the lead and grabbed that team today. But no one's crying. We've seen great lengths being taken by BTR to be able to show us what they're made of. A lot of great strategy, a lot of new strategy, especially the double snipes that they have, but they need to work on it. Just make sure that this team, Buriram United, will not go ham anytime soon. But let's celebrate once again. Team of the day, 61 elimination, 108 in the total points, and 43,000 solid damage with 2 booyahs just to complete their day's run.
Hey, man, it is not the most impressive run out of Buriram, but it is more enough to get the job done. And this is crazy. This is Buriram not going all out. How insane is that? Get High didn't even get a game today. They were going all out with giving Turner a little bit of time to rock it out there. And I feel like Turner has proved himself already, right? Perhaps not on the elimination front, which is a little bit concerning. But if the condition is survive and get the booyah, the Turner's your man.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one else to turn to than Turner. Well, there you have it. As we end the day right now, we're going to go for an interview for Buriram United. So let's bring it over to Thailand and hear what they have to say. We'll be back in a bit.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Now we're with the team of the day, Buriram United Esports. ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับ Team of the Day ของวันนี้ซึ่งก็คือทีม
Buriram United ครับ
นี่ Can you briefly introduce yourself ช่วยแนะนำตัวสั้นๆหน่อยค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมวัฒนาจากทีม Buriram United ครับตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ครับ
วัฒนานั่นเอง Okay, you just got another booyah from the last game. How you feel about that? เพิ่งได้บูย่ามาในเกมสุดท้ายรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าก็ได้ตามที่ซ้อมมาครับก็รู้สึกว่าปลดล็อกเหมือนกันเพราะได้แชมป์อัปเดตด้วย
It is what they expect since the beginning and they feel really good that they got team of the day and moreover as you mentioned before you just got the team of the day. Does that boost your confidence for tomorrow match? แล้วก็เพิ่งได้ team of the day มาอย่างที่พูดไปทำให้มั่นใจมากขึ้นหรือเปล่าคะสำหรับการแข่งขันพรุ่งนี้
แน่นอนครับเพราะว่ายังไม่เคยได้เลยแชมป์ประจำวันก็ พอได้เป็นครั้งแรกก็แน่นอนว่าเพิ่มความมั่นใจให้พวกผมแน่นอนในพรุ่งนี้แล้วก็อาทิตย์ถัดไปด้วย
For sure, it really boosts their confidence because it is their first time to get the team of the day. And for sure, not only tomorrow, but from now on, they will have that confidence. And for the last moment of the sixth game, why you decide to go straight to WAG? ในเกมสุดท้ายเนี่ย ตอนที่เหลือกันแค่4ทีม ทำไมถึงพุ่งเข้าไปหา WAG คะ
มองหน้าผมไม่ค่อยชอบหน้าผมนานเกินมันยิงผมดาวไงบนหลังคา2 คนผมก็เลยใส่เลย
Ouch! He said WAG keep looking at his face and he doesn't like it, so he shot them instead. Okay, for the last question, please tell something to the fans. Hashtag ท้ายลุงหนวด ช่วยบอกอะไรกับแฟนคลับ Hashtag ท้ายลุงหนวดหน่อยค่ะ
ก็วันนี้ลุงหนวดเอาให้แล้วครับ ก็พรุ่งนี้ก็ฝากเชียร์ด้วยเพราะผมจะเอาแชมป์ออฟเดอะเดย์มาฝากอีกครับ
Guys, today Lung Nuot really did a good job. And tomorrow they will get another team of the day. And for now, that's the end of the interview. Let's get back to the caster. กลับไปที่ caster กันนะคะ See you tomorrow. เจอกันพรุ่งนี้ค่ะ Bye bye.
Yo, what's up, y'all? This is the English broadcast. You got to love the host out of Thailand, okay? I think Wasana handled that interview absolutely brilliant, as humble as always. And man, you should not look at them if you're on that land stage later on. Just one look can get you annihilated.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess everyone will be looking at Wasana, especially with the performance that they have in the team as well. But we are going to see a few more teams by tomorrow. That is the final day of our Phase 1 knockout stage. But again, I, Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by the Masasha AJ. We appreciate everyone who joined us for all the regions that joined us in the chat. We love you all, and we want to see more of that for tomorrow and moving forward towards the finals, towards the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. Again, we bid you goodbye, good night, see you again tomorrow.